Alright, it is time for more of the bot of the Astro variety. How are y'all doing today? Was watching Thomas J. Asher before you came here. Underrated YouTuber. In fact, were it not for Thomas J. Ashwell, I wouldn't even be here. He was, I believe I've said this before, but if I haven't, well, I guess it's always no better time than the present. He was the primary source of inspiration for me when I was first starting out. In fact, if you go back and watch some of my, absolute earliest Let's Play videos, I think you can probably pretty easily trace a lot of the way I speak and my mannerisms back to his Let's Plays. Yeah, I don't know if it's been a while since I feel like I've mentioned him in a video or a stream, but yeah, he is who I would cite as being my primary source of inspiration for doing YouTube in the first place, which is pretty cool. Did I beat 4 Remake? No, I've only just started playing it. I am nowhere near. I've only played about an hour of it so far. You're going to be watching The Wild Robot later today? I hope you enjoy it. I am extremely confident that you will. There is not a doubt in my mind, actually, that you will come away absolutely adoring that movie. How was my California trip? It was absolutely amazing. I loved going out to California, touring around the sites in Anaheim, Disneyland, touring around Los Angeles, going to the Griffith Observatory, which you may recognize from the film La La Land, getting the Universal Studio Tour, getting the Warner Brothers Studio Tour. It was just, and getting to see a movie at the El Capitan Theater where Toy Story premiered back in 1995. It didn't really matter what movie. I mean, it was a goofy movie, which, it's unfortunate because Coco was being brought back to theaters a couple weeks after I was there, so if I had just timed my trip a little bit better, I could have seen Coco in the El Capitan Theater, but it didn't really matter what I was seeing. It was just about the experience of being in that theater. But yeah. Plus, Goof Movie is a pretty solid film. I liked it a lot. Very funny. Will they ever do a collab with Rocketar in the future? I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think I've seen him in the comments of some of my videos, so I think he watches some of my content. So, yeah, I mean, if he's open to the idea of it, I'm not against it. I've seen a lot of his stuff, and I really like his videos. What's my favorite number? 45. Anyway, I need to cleanse myself after the things I've been playing recently. So we're just gonna jump into Astro Bot, and we're not gonna think about other first-party Sony things that have released in the last couple days. Also, unlike last week, I actually have a headset now. I'm playing this game with my Pulse 3D headset so that I can actually hear the game. I can hear the music, I can hear the sound effects. I finally splurged and bought this stupid Elgato chat link cable. I shouldn't have had to buy this thing. Sony should just design their console so that audio can be played through both a headset and the TV speakers, so that I can play like Microsoft does with Xbox consoles, so that I can record with a capture card while also playing with a headset. But I finally splurged and bought it, so if I need to, because we're in uncharted territory here, if I need to adjust volume levels more so than any other stream, it's important to keep me abreast of the situation. So if the game's too loud or too quiet, I will do my best to fix it as we go. Now, that being said, if you need it to be any louder, I don't know that I can do much, because currently the volume is at maximum. Like, the slider for the Elgato audio is at the maximum, so if it needs to be louder, I'm afraid this is the best. The best I can do is make myself lower, and then you'll just have to raise the whole, the entirety of the stream audio. Anyway, I think the first thing I want to do, actually, is go back to the first world and see if I can unlock some of those bonus levels. I don't know if I can, I don't know, because there were all those bonus levels that became unlocked. Like this, right here, okay. The bonus levels unlocked in World 2. So I wanted to see if I could find some bonus levels in World 1 before moving on. Does Nintendo give me the ability to hear the game properly? That is the other cool thing, is that this chat link cable will also work with... Oh, the ball, right. I was very confused for a second there. This chat link cable will also work with Nintendo Switch, which means that I will also be able to play any upcoming Switch games, oops, without having to worry about, while also being able to actually hear what's going on. So, I mean, it's a purchase I should have made years ago. Like, with the amount of time I invest in YouTube, I should have gotten this years ago. But I just kept refusing, just out of principle. I didn't want to give the money for this thing. Because it's not Elgato's fault that... Oh, well, that was not the button I wanted to press there. It's not Elgato's fault that Sony doesn't know how to design a console properly. I mean, good on them for capitalizing on Sony's stupidity to make a little bit of extra cash with the chat link cable. It's not their fault, it's Sony's fault for being stupid. Because it's not... The thing is, usually when a company does something stupid, it's linked, at least in some capacity, to financial incentive. But not this time, because Sony themselves doesn't sell, to my knowledge anyway, any kind of alternative. Like, there is no Sony equivalent to the Elgato chat link cable. What are we doing here? Do I just need... Oh, is this the bot? Okay. I thought I needed to use the half pipes to get up higher. But nope. That was just the bot I needed to rescue. To my knowledge, there's no Sony equivalent to the Elgato chat link cable. So it's not like they're making it such that, hey, sure, you can't record games while playing with a headset, but if you fork over a little bit of money, well, there you go, problem solved. But it seems like that's not the case, so it's confusing. Anyway, any more bonus levels? Aha! Get back here. Get back here. Oh, that was just a puzzle piece, I think. Have I ever played Spelunky 1 or 2? No, I don't recognize that name. Did I ride Indiana Jones Adventure at Disneyland and Radiator Springs Racers in California Adventure? Yes, and I loved them both. In Indiana Jones Adventure, I was already pretty familiar with, because it's just the same ride system as Dinosaur out in Disney World, except better. And I think it's actually the exact same track layout. Like, I think if you overlaid the map of Dinosaur and the map of Indiana Jones Adventure on top of each other, I think it would be almost identical. However, Indiana Jones Adventure is it is the far superior experience to Dinosaur. So, that's fine. That is totally allowed. Radiator Springs Racers, meanwhile, was among my favorite rides I did out there. My favorite ride, I think, is the Incredicoaster. The Incredicoaster, I rode that 4 times. I loved that thing. But Radiator Springs Racers was up there as well, because if you're a diehard Cars fan, which, I mean, at this point I think I can consider myself to at least be a pretty sizable fan of the Cars franchise, just being in that universe, like, Cars Land in general, stepping onto the street of Radiator Springs was, like, one of the coolest experiences I've had in a theme park. Because it is an exact replica. Flo's V8 Cafe, Luigi's Casa della Tires, Ramon's House of Body, like, it's all there in full scale. You can see the characters, like, actually Lightning McQueen and Mater and everyone roaming around the place. And then the ride itself, I think I mentioned this in the Cars commentary, because I knew about this already. Just actually seeing it in person is another matter entirely. They have that reveal shot from the movie when you're riding through on the ride, you pass under that tunnel, and then you see the bridge and the waterfall in the distance. It's not quite to the same scale, of course, but it's got that same effect. The car animatronics are all awesome. The final race at the end is just... There's a really cool effect in Luigi's Castle della Tires inside the ride, where you're right next to the Luigi and Guido animatronics, which is freaky, being that, like, you are right up next to them when you're in that car. And then the idea is that they're changing your tires, so Guido is under a little hatch, and then he disappears beneath the, like, he drops down below the floor, and then your car tilts to one side or the other as he's changing your tires. It's really, really awesome. Like, if you're even kind of a Cars fan, it's one of the coolest experiences you can have. My thoughts on creepypastas? I have read and watched and listened to numerous creepypastas. But it's a fascination that started... I think it started with Five Nights at Freddy's. I think one of the first ones I listened to... I think the first one I listened to was, like, The Truth About Chuck E. Cheese's, which is very clearly inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's. And then I just listened to some other FNAF creepypastas, and then I just went down a rabbit hole. And, yeah, that's the story there. So I still listen to them a couple every now and again. I'm subscribed to, like, let me look at some... I think... Because I'm subscribed to a couple channels that will, like, narrate over... Mr. Nightmare doesn't really do creepypastas anymore. He just, like, reads viewer-submitted, quote-unquote, true stories, which, whether they're true or not, they're still entertaining to listen to. I'm subscribed to Clancy Pasta. Clancy Pasta is a big one. I love the flavor he adds to these types of stories. Okay. I don't want to spend all day roaming around here in case there is some element of randomness to when those things pop up, so we'll just jump into a new world now, so we can keep momentum moving. How my day's gone well so far? Been going good. Not much. I haven't done all that much so far. I've just chilled. I've made some scheduling alterations, watched some YouTube. Just general preparations for the stream. I mean, I ran some last-minute checks to make sure everything was working properly before we jumped into it. Yeah, it's been good so far. I'm a puzzle game fan, right? Absolutely, I'm a puzzle game fan. Love me some puzzle games. Love me some puzzle games. Oh, what have we here? We have a ticking time bomb. Oh, I see. Not a time bomb. It slows down. Ow! Wow, okay. Yikes. Have you ever considered checking out Crosscode? So, interesting story about Crosscode. I actually played, like, one of the earliest demos of Crosscode that was available on Game Jolt. I don't think the video's still up on my channel anymore, but back when I did, like, weekly quick play videos where I would just pick a random indie game to play every Friday, that was one of the games that I played. And the developer of Crosscode actually, like, I think saw the video and either retweeted it or liked it on Twitter when I was talking about it. But then I never actually played the full release. I played the original demo and I liked it, but then I just kind of forgot about the game and didn't ever see it through to the end with the final release. So, maybe it might be cool to actually see what became of the full game. Might be something worth checking out someday. Thoughts on the Wild Robot if I've seen it? Loved it. I absolutely love the Wild Robot, and I am overwhelmingly confident that everyone watching today will love it as well. And you should absolutely go see it while it's still in theaters, if you can. It is phenomenal, and I probably loved it even more than I loved Inside Out 2, which is really saying something. Oh, is it time to go gambling again? gambling for enemies this time. That looks like death. Don't jump on the death. Do not. Oh, whoa, okay. Luck. That's what we call that. Is luck. Miraculous luck that I managed to not die there. Thoughts on the official Ace Attorney Investigations 2 names? I'm fine. I don't know all of them because I haven't actually played the official translation yet. But of the ones that I do know, I'm fine with them. I obviously have a bias towards the original names because that's how I experienced the game for the first time. But they could have been a lot worse than what we got. I actually do like Eddie Fender a lot. And I'm fine with the other ones that I know. That's kind of my attitude. Is like, obviously, I would have liked it if they managed to get in contact with the fan translators and keep the names, but I guess they just wanted to do their own thing, which is understandable. And I didn't want to be even remotely... Well, I shouldn't phrase it like, didn't want to be associated with it, because I think there is a reference to one of the names like that. I don't know if it's a reference specifically to the best or something, but I'm pretty sure there is a throwaway line in the game that's like directly referencing the fan translation. Oh my god! But yeah, while I would have preferred they keep the originals, I'm fine with what we got because I'm just imagining a timeline where what we got was so much worse. Overall thoughts on Bluey? It's adorable. It's just that's the best word I can use to describe it. Is that it's just an adorable show to watch. And it's like, while it is obviously targeted for preschoolers, there's no sense in coping around it. It's very clearly in the same vein as something like Blue's Clues, where it's meant to be viewed by a very young demographic. But also, it's like, it's so hard not to smile while watching it that it's... Oh, shoot. Like, I do kind of believe that it's, like, basically borderline impossible to not come out of watching an episode of that show without smiling ear to ear. To the point where I've like... I originally... Avert only traded 5 episodes with me. He didn't... He didn't trade, like, the whole show or anything for Hazbin Hotel. Is that? Of course he's in the casino level. Also, is he shaking his ass at me? Of course he is. Wow, we haven't gotten shit in this level. We haven't gotten jack shit from this level, alright. We have gotten absolutely nothing. Wait, that was... That was the bonus way to go? Uh-oh. Hold on. I thought that would be the correct... Oh, that's unfortunate. Did I see Shifterless's Mario ranking as voted by viewers? No, I don't really care about that whole thing. I'm not particularly invested in who the highest rated Mario characters are. But I know Luigi won, which I don't even consider it a spoiler to say that, because, like, obviously Luigi won. Can I make that jump without freezing time? Maybe? Wait, is there, okay, there's a checkpoint here. Let's try it, why not? Ah, I had a feeling. It looked makeable. Alright, this is where we stop getting cute. This is where we actually... Nope, that's not correct. That's better. By the way, it's really nice to be back. I've been seeing people... I've seen people post clips of them playing this game on Twitter, like, all week long. And every time I see one, I'm just like, man, I want to be doing that right now. I want to be playing this game. And I almost cheated. I almost came back to play. But I held strong. I held strong, and I waited until it was time to stream it again. Who's my current favorite YouTuber? I don't think I have one. I don't think I have just one, like, favorite YouTuber. Oh, there's a giant button right here. I was wondering what I was trying to do. There's a giant button right there. Let me browse through my, I guess I can list a couple, so as to not completely cop out of the answer, or the question rather. 74 Gear. I've recently discovered I have something of a fascination with aviation. So listening to 74 Gear, the pilot's name who runs the channel is Kelsey, kind of break down ATC conversations between ATC and pilots, analyze viral videos relating to airline drama that happens. I like that. Actman, of course. Oh, another recent one I've discovered. Eric Struck, again tying into the aviation thing. He just reviews airlines. That's the whole thing. Is he just reviews different airlines, and it's very simple. But I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. As I'm scrolling through my list, I'm kind of realizing that a lot of the people I used to watch, like I don't really actively watch Jacksepticeye's stuff anymore. Not because I don't like him, I don't regularly keep up with all that many Let's Plays. Like, Let's Play videos aren't a type of video that I really watch all that consistently, for the most part, so I don't really watch his stuff. Markiplier is kind of the same thing. I'll still check in every now and again, but just not frequently. That's, GT Live's another one I used to, like, I loved watching Matt and Steph on the couch playing games when I was in high school. That was, like, a big thing that I would always turn to as a source of comfort and escape. But, not so much anymore. Not so much, again, just an every now and again kind of thing. Did I mention the Actman? I think, if I didn't mention the Actman already, then the Actman. Yeah, I guess those are a few examples of YouTubers that I follow that I like a lot. Okay, let's keep moving. Oh, down the waterfall, I guess, or down the slide. What will this ability be? More time dilation? Am I a piece of toast? Oh, no, oh, I see. Okay. Astro Bot. Interesting. SpongeBot. SpongeBot. SpongeBot bot pants. Cool. Did I watch the newest trailer of Lightning in the New World of Steam? No. I'm at my investment there is to the point where I will play it when it comes out, but I'm not invested enough to dissect every second of every trailer like I would for something like Halo. When the campaign overview trailer for Halo Infinite came out, that was like huge for me. That was because it wasn't really focusing on any story-related stuff. It was purely just a breakdown of the open world and the gameplay. I was like very, very hyper-analytical of breaking down every second of that. We're just rampaging. That's what we're doing. But, so yeah, it's at the level of investment where it's enough to care enough to play it, but not enough to want to break down all the trailers. Your dad wants to go see Joker 2? Oof. your dad has my condolences. I've heard nothing but dreadful, dreadful things about Joker 2. Which is a shame, because the first one was phenomenal. I mean, well, I say a shame, but, like, it never should have gotten a sequel to begin with. It was a perfect standalone story, and it should have remained a standalone story. There's absolutely no reason at all for it to have... Oh my god. For it to have gotten a full-fledged sequel. Well, I mean, okay, no reason other than money. I have to make the clarification every time. It's like, what? But don't you understand? If they make a sequel, they make more money. Yeah, I get, of course they make more money, but, like, can we appeal to a sense of artistry, please? As Astro sits on the turtle and chills. Am I going to the new Epic Universe theme park from Universal when it opens next year? I don't know if I'm going to go when it opens, because that's a guaranteed way to get swallowed by a crowd. But when I get the chance, and when crowds aren't insane, yes, I will absolutely be checking out Epic Universe with FG. We are both super excited for the new park when it opens, because it was kind of the same deal when Hagrid's magical creature motorbike adventure opened in summer of 2021. We went to Universal in 2021. Summer of 2019 was when it opened. And we both really wanted to ride it, and we were really excited for it. But we also looked at the 10-hour wait times that it was generating, and we're like, you know, maybe not. Maybe we wait until the lines are, you know, somewhat reasonable. So we did. We waited until... I mean, it helped that the world shut down shortly after, or not that long after the ride opened. The world shut down, which gave us an excuse to, you know, wait. And then we came back August of 2021. And then that was when we actually rode it. And of course, we also got really lucky because... I don't know if I've told the story before, but basically what happened was we were in line to ride the Jurassic Park River Adventure. And then when we... Literally the second we sat down in the seats for the ride, the skies just opened up, and it started pouring rain. But because it was a water ride, they didn't care. They're happy to let you, unless it's like dangerous to the point where there's like an active thunderstorm threat or a hurricane's blowing through. If it's just rain, they're happy to let. They can't let roller coasters run through. Most outdoor rides can't function. All right, that wasn't exactly how I saw that going in my head. But the most outdoor rides cannot function when it's raining, just because it gets things very slippery, and it's not a risk that they can take. And that's a checkpoint, which means we want to go this way. But for water rides, like Splash Mountain before it closed, or Jurassic Park River Adventure, that's not a concern. So we were able to ride, we were able to still ride the ride. They didn't kick us out, whereas most of the other outdoor rides, which most of the stuff at Islands of Adventure at Universal is outdoors. But we were able to get away with riding it, and then by the time we got off the ride, the storm had passed, the rain had stopped. Which was extremely convenient for us, because what that meant is that usually when it rains in a theme park, people either cower inside and they just go into a restaurant or a store or something, and they just wait out the storm, and they usually get so distracted with that they forget to come back and ride the rides, or they just leave the park for the day. They just go back to the hotel, and they call it quits on actually riding more rides. Which meant that what was ordinarily like a 2-hour, 3-hour wait or whatever for Hagrid's motorbike adventure, now out of nowhere magically became a 30-minute wait, maybe 40 minutes, which, like, that's way better than what it would have been. So the rain, like, we couldn't have gotten more lucky if we wanted to with the rain, because it hit us at a time where we were on a ride that we could still ride while it was raining, and then when we got off, the rain was over. And it had thinned the hers of the park for us, so much so that we were now able to enjoy what is by far, or what was at the time, the most popular ride in the park with virtually no wait. So, how did we get on this topic? Oh yeah, Epic Universe. So yeah, we waited a long time before we actually went to go ride that ride, and it will probably be the same thing with Epic Universe. But we do at some point want to get out there when it opens, because it's like the How to Train Your Dragon stuff alone would be enough to get her in that park. But then you factor on top of it the extra Harry Potter stuff I think they're doing. We're finally getting Nintendo World in Orlando. So yeah, just overall, it's like a dream come true, it sounds like, for both of us. So that's a very, very long answer to the very simple question of, are you going to Epic Universe when it opens? The answer is yes. The answer is a resounding yes. Have I seen Hell of a Boss yet? No, that's a much easier one. But I am going to start watching it this week. In fact, I actually have a date. Let me check my calendar. I'm going to start watching it on October 21st. That's the game plan. But first, I want to get caught up on my anime trades, so I want to finish out the Spy X Family episodes that I promised people that I would watch. And then the same thing with My Hero Academia. Once I clear through all that, and also I think I want to watch Over the Garden Wall, because there was a threat that it might be taken off Hulu recently, and everyone was up in arms about it. And I've heard nothing but resounding positive things about that show from everyone. So I think I finally want to watch it. But yes, I will. Hell of a Boss is coming up soon on the docket of shows that I want to watch. Also, the amount of particles in this game is ridiculous. And it's so satisfying. Just clobber through all these surfaces. Especially with the haptic feedback on the controller. Okay, how'd we do on that level? I feel like we did okay as far as bots on that level. Does my like of aviation have to do with my Delta Airlines experience? No. I'd say it's just like I've been traveling a lot more recently, so I've become a lot more passionate about airlines. Which ones are good, which ones are bad. And also airports, and the experience of going through an airport. Different efficiency systems as far as security lines. I've just become a lot more passionate about the whole thing, because I've had to travel a lot more within these I think I might have flown more this year alone than I did in totality for the previous, like, 4 or 5 years before that point. And I'm still not done, by the way. I'm flying again at the end of the month to go up to convention in the Northeast to go see some people. So yeah, my traveling expeditions are not quite done yet. Ow. Don't know what I was doing there. Joker 2 literally makes the entire franchise pointless. I have heard that, like, I don't know the specifics, and I kind of don't want to know specifics, because I just, like, I'd prefer to keep the original as the perfect standalone adventure that it was. I don't really want to... It's like Quentin Tarantino with Toy Story 4. The trilogy was perfect, so he doesn't want to watch Toy Story 4, which is a great way to go about living life. And similar for me, it's like, Joker was perfect. Well, okay, not I want to be careful about using the term perfect. Joker was fantastic. It was perfect as a standalone story. I'll say that. It was perfect being a standalone story. It did not need anything else. So, why bother? Why even risk ruining it? And by the way, I already didn't want to see it even before all the reviews came out and then everyone said it was just shit, like absolute next level garbage. I already didn't want to see it for that very reason. So now all the reviews coming out and people saying like, oh, this is just dreadful. This is an utterly miserable movie in every conceivable way. That just validates my lack of a desire to go see it. Have I seen Lilo and Stitch yet? I decline to answer pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights. Thoughts on Transformers 1? I don't really care to see it. I know everyone says it's amazing, but I just don't care about Transformers enough to want to go see that movie. I'm happy that Transformers fans seem to be enjoying it, though. You like how this is kind of an inverse of the mouse power-up? You know, what they should have done is they should have had that power be in the casino level where Joker was. Oh my god, I just got utterly brutalized. Alright, where am I? Is this where I want to be? Not really, I want to get back over here. Whoa. Have I watched Puss in Boots 2? I saw Puss in Boots 2 in theaters, my man. I saw that not opening day. In fact, I don't think I saw it until January. Not this time. Okay. I don't think I saw it until like the first week of January of 2023. But I did see it and I loved it. And I have only grown to appreciate it more since my initial viewing. If me and Josh Clement do, I think he'd like me. I can't imagine if he even knows I exist, I can't imagine he has particularly fond feelings toward me. Nor would I expect him to. Or really care for him to be honest. I mean, if you mean like if we had a conversation one-on-one, do you think we'd be able to get along? I think if we overcame the hurdle that was the 6-hour annihilation of his directorial debut. I think so, but I also have no interest in that, in even trying to pursue that. Even if I did, it would... Well... I guess I wouldn't want to say it would never happen, because there's other things I thought would never happen that did happen earlier this year, so... Yeah. Never underestimate the reach you have, I guess. You guys mentioned direct Transformers 1. Oh, I know. Trust me. I know because of the amount of people who are like, hey, because you talked about Toy Story 4, are you going to talk about the next movie directed by the guy who directed Toy Story 4? And the answer is no, I don't care. I'm not stalking stalking Josh Cooley's filmography for the rest of my life. I don't care that much. I really don't. I'm not going to see Transformers 1 just because it's directed by the person who directed Toy Story 4. And I'm also not avoiding it for that reason either. I do not care about Transformers. It's just never been a thing that I've been particularly passionate about. Now let's go for the spin. Hey, buddy. Cutest video game character? I think it's gotta be... Like, look at him. Look at the little guy. Look at him go. How is it not Astro Bot? What other answer is there other than Astro Bot for the question of cutest... I mean, it looks like he has to pee right now. But, like... I don't know what other answer you have for that question. Other than Astro Bot. Thoughts on Deadpool and Wolverine? I am glad that people are finding enjoyment with that movie. I have a feeling if I had seen the other X-Men movies and the other Fox movies, I might be somewhat frustrated because of the way that certain characters are treated. I especially feel like if I had seen Logan, and I knew what the story of Logan was, that I might be somewhat annoyed with how certain characters are handled. Having seen the Deadpool movies, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I was annoyed with how certain characters were handled. But it's fine. Anyway, there's clearly something up there. Question is, how does one reach it? I think there's a little bit of an invisible wall here. There's a slight bit of geometry that Astro can't get himself around. Oh, aha! I see something. Ah, sneaky. Very sneaky. Oh my god! I was not expecting there to be, I thought there'd be like a level or geometry. I didn't realize there'd just be a portal on the other side of that. Is it safe to stand here? Is anywhere other than here safe to stand? It looks like no. Except maybe over... Okay, there's another panel or a spring over here. Alright. Slumbering girl, it takes a lot of effort to wake her up. No clue. Thoughts on the upcoming FNAF game, Secrets of the Mimic? I saw that it's going to be VR compatible, which gives me hope because Steelwool has never let me down with VR stuff so far. So I am hoping that it ends up being good. I am optimistic about it. Okay, I thought there'd be more to the level. I thought that would be where the rest of the level was. Did not realize that it was just going to be that one bot, and then we were done. Now let's have a bit of a wander around, see what else we can find before we. Unless that's, is going over to the wild robot going to end the level? Like, is there more stuff on this beach area, or do I need to go over to the wild robot over there to find more? Both? Okay. We'll have a quick wander around, see if we can't find anything else. Like maybe hidden around here. Oh no, that's the cave I already went in that had the puzzle piece earlier. And there's one right up there. All right, that's all 3 puzzle pieces at least. Where does this take me? Oh, it just takes me up here. That's all I can do on the beach? Okay. Then I will leave it there for now. I was gonna say, it didn't, I feel like I've checked everywhere I possibly can. So I'll move right along then. Oh my... Sure. I'll come with you, friend. Oh, I thought you were gonna be a deer and actually carry me to my destination. Oh! Ask and thou shalt receive. Or maybe not. Sure, make me do all the work. Why not? Ah! Hey, buddy. So first one was Shadow of the Colossus. Is this another Shadow of the Colossus, I assume? Will make sense. Oh! For there to be a pair of shadows in this Colossus. See, it's funny because he was hiding in the shadow of the Colossus. It's funny, you see. It's like a play on words. Did I know that Deadpool and Wolverine was also directed by Free Guy director Sean Levy? I sure did. I sure did. The best thing that Sean Levy has done is still Stranger Things Season 4, Episode 4. Even though I am fond of the Night at the Museum trilogy, I would still say that his crowning achievement is Stranger Things Season 4, Episode 4. That's one of the best episodes in the whole show. Have I seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? I've seen the first one. I've seen the first one, I think, 3 times. I saw it once. I saw Curse of the Black Pearl for the first time when I was playing Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, and I was curious and wanted to check out the movie that it was based on. I saw it for the second time in my film class in high school. And then I saw it for the third time when it came back to theaters last summer. I have not seen any of the other movies. I do want to watch them, because I really liked the first movie. I want to keep watching the Pirates movies. I just haven't had the chance to do so. But they are on the list, though. I have a massive list of movies and shows that I really want to watch. And it's just a matter of systematically making my way through all of them. And the Pirates movies are on that list. Not all of them, I should clarify. I've had a lot of people say, like... Also, is this just gonna... Oh. I wasn't entirely sure if that was gonna kill me or not. I've had a lot of people say... I get mixed reports on what I should do about the Pirates movies. Wait, what? Oh, it's a jetpack. Cool. A lot of people say, the original 3 movies are great. Stop after 3, 4, and 5 aren't good. Some people say, no, the first 3 are great. 4 isn't great, but it's still solid, and you'll probably like it. But what everyone agrees on is that 5 is utterly dreadful, and that you should never, ever watch 5 under any circumstances. So, that's the one thing where I'm like, alright, don't watch 5, 5 bad. But 4, On Stranger Tides, is the one that people can't really seem to agree on. Oh wait, is this like a monsoon from Battle for Bikini Bottom? Where I need to... Yeah. You need to jetpack from underneath. Or, I mean, it's not a jetpack in Battle for Bikini Bottom, but it's the same kind of thing. It's launching up from underneath. Is there a secret in here? Looks like there's a secret in there. Can I get that secret? No. Hold on. Secret! Hey, buddy. You were going to the Lion King prequel first and then see Sonic 3. I can't control what you do with your money. No, that's it. That's the end of the thought. Hopefully, Sonic 3 should hopefully be a good time. Oh my god. Sorry, Astro Bot. Only Mario Sunshine is allowed to have a rocket jetpack. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, right. Just you have the rocket thing in Sunshine, right? I forgot about that. And it's like, I don't think anyone would deny that there obviously was a lot of inspiration lifted from Mario games, but like to say that it's a direct ripoff is like. Clearly, this game has a lot of its own personal identity that just isn't found in Mario games. Also, can we not make it a dichotomy? Like, Mario games are great. Galaxy's great. Odyssey's great. Astro Bot is also great. We need... I'm so sick of an us versus them mentality, particularly in regards to console. Like, didn't we already... I honestly was under the impression that we already went through this character arc of console fanboyism. I thought we already did this, like, 10 years ago. I thought we were past that era, but obviously I was wrong. We are far from past the era of console fanboyism. Did I tell you guys the story of when I was in 8th grade? 2 of my friends, Neil being one of them, they were like fiercely arguing about whether the Xbox One or the PlayStation 5 was... Sorry. Yeah, didn't I tell you we were time travelers? Whether the Xbox One or the PlayStation 4 was the better made console overall. I see there's a thing down there, but how do I access? Oh, right here. I see. Like, I was essentially forced to settle a debate as to which console was better, because I had them both. At that point, I had both the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, so they're like, hey, you have both consoles. How about you settle this debate for us? I'm like, I'm not gonna do that, because whoever side I don't take is gonna be pissed at me, like a fucking Telltale game. But sure, I will. So what I did is, like, I typed up a strictly factual representation of, like, this console has this horsepower, this console has this console's UI is like this console's UI is like that. And it was just the most strictly pragmatic read on the consoles possible to try to avoid pissing anyone off. And that didn't work, because then they both got pissed at me, and it's like, alright, cool, what are you, it was, what a wonderful time to be alive, was the era of console fanboyism. Okay, let me try to get on this ledge first. To get my, what? I think I might have just slid right off of that. I feel like I can make this jump. I just need to... Can I stand on this? Not really. It's like I'm sliding constantly when I stand on it, but it might be... That might be all I need just to get myself that little bit of extra height. Or distance, rather. No, never mind. I can't jump on that. It does not allow you to jump when standing on that platform. Never mind. That is not going to work. Okay, maybe we'll try going up a little bit further. And then we'll try to make the jump from a greater height. Or maybe we're not going up further. Alright, never mind. We're not going up further. Alright, let's give it another try. Am I gonna watch the vending movie when it comes out? Nah, I don't. I currently have no desire to do so. I keep coming so close every single time. Is there a way to get... Nope, I can't get up through there. I keep coming within an inch of it every single time I try to make that jump. Okay, I can't do it while moving. I gotta do it, like, right at the very edge. Aha! At last! I have made it. Now let's not die and waste all our effort. Let's not die in a stupid way. Wait for the electricity to pass. And then we just do a little bit of this. No. Oh! Okay, at least we know we can make the jump now. We know now that we can make the jump. Just gotta hold R2 for as long as possible, and then spin stall right at the end. Okay. All that for a puzzle piece. Worth. 100% worth. Okay, now back to actually reading chat. Am I gonna watch Hell of a Boss by myself? That's the plan. I I haven't really. We don't currently have any interest in watching Hell of a Boss. We have too much else on our plate that we gotta do before the year is up. We got 2. The plan is to have 3 more commentaries released before the year is up. If not, it's either going to be 1 per month, or it's going to be 1 this month and then 2 in a different month. Not entirely certain how the release schedule is going to look yet, but I don't. Hell of a Boss is definitely not a priority for us. We have other plans. Ooh. It's a hole. Better be a bot down here. There is a bot down here. Awesome. Did I miss one? Apparently I missed 2. Apparently I missed 2 bots. Tis a shame. Yoshi? No Yoshi. I was hoping we were going to find Yoshi inside that egg. Oh. Console wars are just stupid, just enjoy the console. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and by the way, I do understand, on a certain level, I understand where console allegiance stems from when you're a kid. Because when you're a kid, oftentimes, you don't have access to all the consoles, right? Like, it's oftentimes your parents buy you. I was extremely fortunate growing up, and I fully acknowledge that I was very fortunate to have the 360, the PS3, and the Wii. So, oh my god, I fell in the purple poison. But for a lot of people, they just have the one, it's whatever console they can afford, whatever console their parents get for them, that is the console that they have. And because of that, I think it's a lot of allegiance can stem from, this is what I have, this is all I have to play games on, and so I'm naturally inclined to come to the defense of it above other consoles. And I understand from a certain perspective, like, where that stems from, but that's also why that happens when you're kids, and then when you grow up, you realize, oh wait, this is dumb as shit. But unfortunately, not everyone has that epiphany. Look, it's the Chicken Man. What's my opinion on Jennifer Lee stepping down from Chief Financial Officer of, I think you mean Chief Creative Officer of Disney Animation? And, considering who's stepping up in her place, I'm happy with the decision. I mean, I don't have anything against her at all. Like, I mean, Frozen 2 was a disaster, but Frozen 1 was solid. So it's not like I have anything against her. But, you know, looking at Disney's recent creative output, I'm like, maybe it is time for a change in leadership. Because what have we had? We had Encanto in 2021, which, yeah, Encanto's amazing. Fair. 2022 was Strange World, which I still don't remember virtually anything about. And I didn't remember it. I already forgot the movie as I was walking out of the theater. Wish is its own beast that I will probably never forget. So yeah, I'm fine with the decision of Jennifer Lee stepping down. Jared Bush, I think, is a good choice. Like, if there was anyone at that studio who I would want to be in charge creatively of future Disney animated projects, it would be him. Because, like, he wrote Encanto, he wrote Moana, he wrote Zootopia. That seems like a pretty damn good track record. And also, he was the director of Encanto and the co-director of Zootopia. Seems like someone that you want in charge. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. I feel like it's a good decision for him to step up and take the reins. I mean, we'll see what happens. And also, it's worth noting, whatever Disney's next project is, we shouldn't be like, oh, like, assuming the next project is terrible, we shouldn't be like, oh, see, it was a terrible decision to replace Jennifer Lee. Because at this point, a year out from release of whenever their next project, I mean, obviously the next project is Moana 2. But, like, assuming that's terrible, we shouldn't place blame on the current chief creative officer, because obviously there's nothing they can do about it with so little time left until release. Also, apparently there's an argument about Steam Gardens and colors or whatever. I don't have any skin in the game. Oh, what are my thoughts on the upcoming Phineas and Ferb revival? I hate that it's happening. I hate that Disney is like, hey, you know what we should do? We should make more of the show that already had a conclusive ending on the creator's own terms. Meanwhile, we will cancel original shows like Haley's on It, which, by the way, I'm not that big of a fan of Haley's on It. I have very mixed feelings on that show for a lot of reasons, both because of the show itself and also because of things I know about the developments of that show. I'm just not... I have a lot of reasons to not be a fan of Haley's on It, but that doesn't mean you get to delete it. Like, they canceled it after one season, not giving it time to find an audience, and then they deleted it off of Disney Plus, and also Disney Now. So it's only a matter of time before no one can ever, like, find a way to watch that show again. So, that's nice. Also, this is clearly not working. What's my least favorite Disney villain song? Nothing immediately comes to mind. I guess I just watched Lion King 2 again last night. And I wasn't really a fan of My Lullaby. I didn't hate it or anything, but it's certainly not one of the best things as far as Disney villain songs are concerned. Wish commentary? Wish is not worthy of a commentary. Wish is absolutely not worthy of... There's nothing substantive to talk about there. I mean, also, I think Wish has already been extensively dunked on by people for how shit the music is. I mean, it's from a bass perspective, the songs are fine to listen to. They're enjoyable enough. Just if you apply no additional creative thought to it, or like deeper thought to the song structure or anything, it's fine. But a lot of people have already given extensive thought to Hold on a second. I don't think they actually started... I don't think they start... Yeah, they don't... Interesting. They don't actually start unleashing the shockwaves unless you're looking at them. Like, I think if you don't ever... I mean, it's hard to do because the camera keeps pulling your attention towards them, but it looks like unless you're actually looking at the bells, they won't actually trigger. Give me a year and at least a month when my last time watching all Pixar films... What? Give me a year and at least a month when my last time watching all Pixar films not in a row. The only time I've ever watched all Pixar films is in a row, and the last time I did that was December of 2022. It was December of 2022 when I had a Pixar marathon. But I've never watched them out of order. Opinion on mascot horror games, the market for mascot horror has become massively desaturated. Or sorry, not desaturated, oversaturated. It was cool for a time period, but then everyone had their own take on the matter. Everyone had their own version of a mascot horror game, and it just completely oversaturated things. So, it was a novel idea for a certain period in history. It stopped being a novel idea, and now I don't particularly care for it all that much anymore. Like Poppy's playtime and all that stuff, I'm not interested in at all. Overall thoughts on The Lion King 2? It's fine. I'm kind of over the whole Disney parents being massively overprotective thing. They do that in Little Mermaid 2 as well, of like, oh, it's funny because in the original movie, the kid was the one who wanted to go out and explore the world and have all kinds of crazy adventures. But now in the sequel, it's the parents. Isn't that an interesting reversal? And it's like, I don't know. I'm not... Timon and Pumbaa are still cool. I think I might have actually... Well, okay. I say I laughed at Timon more than I laughed at Timon in The Lion King, the original. But that's probably just because I've seen the original so many times that, like, none of the jokes surprise me. So there's no, like... When you've heard a joke a certain... Sometimes when you hear a joke a certain number of times, it stops being, like, you don't laugh at it anymore. But with Lion King 2... I hadn't heard those jokes in a long time, so it was basically a brand new experience for me. However, the thing with Timon and Pumbaa in Lion King 2 is that they don't really get anything to do, for the most part. They're basically just Kira's babysitters, and they're really, really bad at babysitting. Like, they're actually shit at babysitting Kiara. So it's, like, they're not really that important. They basically just show up, like, alongside other characters pretending to be important to the main story. And Timon will drop a one-liner every now and again. But as far as actually, like, in the final battle of the movie, when the two prides go at it with each other, they have a whole thing where they're like, what do we do? What do we do? And then they're like, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So then they're like, we're gonna fight the lions, and then they go to fight the lions, and then they get scared and they run away. And they don't really, like, it's not like in the original movie where, obviously they don't have the full grand payoff that they have in Lion King 1.5, where Timon, like, heroically charges into the tunnels below, which is its own can of worms to talk about, but they don't have a payoff on par with that in the original movie, but they're still, like, you can see them going in and helping. They do the same charging move that they do in when they first find Simba in the desert, surrounded by all the buzzards, to go fight Scar and the hyenas. Can I stand on this? Yes. And then, of course, they have the moment where Pumbaa bowls through the hyenas. They don't really have that. Like, they have they have this thing where Timon, like, they're backed up against the wall and they're scared shitless, but then Timon's like, aha, I can use the threat of Pumbaa's fart to get the hyenas to run away. It's like, okay, I don't know. I like the music. I really, really love the music. I love He Lives in You. I love We Are One. I love Not One of Us. Upendi's alright. Upendi's kind of catchy. I don't know. It's just, and it also follows a kind of a similar plot beat structure to the first movie, and it's just not as effective. But it's fine overall. I mean, compared to the other Disney direct-to-DVD sequels that exist, it's like a masterpiece. But divorced from any of those and just taking it as its own movie, it's like a 6 maybe. I think I'm confident calling it a 6. Lion King 2 isn't as good as Lion King 1/3, 4 point. Yeah, true. Unironically and ironically, like Lion King 1.5. Well, actually, I guess I'm gonna rewatch Lion King 1.5 tonight because I've rewatched the first movie and the second movie yesterday, so I'm gonna rewatch Lion King 1.5 tonight, and I'll see if I remember absolutely loving it when I was a kid. We'll see if I continue to absolutely love it as an adult. I'm hoping that I do, but you never know. Why do I think Lion King 2019 was so successful? Because nostalgia. Because they showed Pride Rock, and they showed the same shots from the original, and they played the same music. Like, didn't you see the video of the guys reacting? Like, dude, Pride Rock. It's the Pride Rock. I gotta rewatch the remake too? Fuck you. No, I don't. I absolutely don't. That is not a thing I have to do. In fact, I think my goal is to be in a situation where I never... I didn't realize I could destroy that. That made that much easier. Is to be in a situation where I never, ever have to watch the remake again for the rest of my life. Just ever. That's the dream right there. That is the dream scenario. I wonder if it's even possible to get through that section without destroying any of the guys. Hold on, did that say Raided the Lost Ark? I only saw... My brain is so Indiana Jones focused that I just saw, like, the letters in that order, and I think that said Raided the Lost Ark. Like, my brain filled in the gaps automatically because I'm so used to seeing that. James Earl Jones. Yo, yeah, also James Earl Jones is Mufasa, even though he sounds like he's like they recorded all his lines from a hospital bed while he was still half asleep and recovering from a wisdom tooth surgery. Even though he sounded like that, it was the same voice. When was the last time... I'm assuming you're asking the last time I saw the animated... Like, last time I saw all those movies? Okay. So, the last time I saw Aladdin was a couple weeks ago. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head, but it was... Actually, I can tell you the exact date in just a second. Let me pull up my... Because I remember I was texting someone about making plans like, after the movie was over. So, I can tell you the exact date. It was... September 15th was when I last watched the animated Aladdin. You know, actually, I'm not going to say animated. You know what I'm talking about. I refuse... It's just Aladdin. I refuse to give it that distinction. It's just... It is Aladdin. That is what that is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy... Oh, this is not going to be fun. I last saw Beauty and the Beast last August when it came back to theaters. And I last saw The Little Mermaid... last August as well, when we recorded the commentary for it and the remake. So yeah, I guess now you know when that was recorded. It was recorded August, and then it was released in November. So that's the last time I saw all 3 of those movies. Hopefully I don't need that. Hopefully I didn't need that flower for the rest of this. Get off me. Okay, good. They gave me another one. We're good. We good. We good. Oh, shit. I thought I still had one. I thought I still had one. I did not still have one. Another one? I need to not press this immediately. Whoa! Okay. Have I ever used the flower before this point? I'm actually not sure. Genuinely, I'm not sure. But it's reminding me of the dandelions from Galaxy, except you only get 1 shot per flower, it looks like. Whereas in that, you get like 3, I think. Whoop! Can I say how much I love these challenge levels, by the way? I absolutely love the challenge levels. They might... I don't know if I'd say they're my favorite part of the game like they were in Rescue Mission, but I love levels that just put... Like, they throw everything at you, and they don't really care about... They're just like, yeah, sure, let's go all out with difficulty. No holds barred. Very satisfying to complete. And they do not feel unfair in the slightest. Although I will say, I have seen some rumblings about a Grandmaster challenge. We'll see what happens when we get there, but yeah. You love it as long as it's fair? So far, this has been very fair. So far, I've not felt cheated by any of these. What are you? Oh, you're the magnet. I have not felt cheated by any of the levels so far. There's nothing in this game, I would say, that feels unfair to the player in the slightest. Oh my god. Oh no, uh-oh. Hi. How do... Oh my lord! I didn't realize that... that I got exceedingly lucky that I didn't just immediately land on one of the electric bits. Okay, well. So much for that run. Oh, sorry. It's called the Grandmaster Challenge. Legally distinct Grandmaster... Right, okay, of course, sorry. How dare I? Like, that's what I mean. It's like... I don't think anyone will deny that Astro Bot is clearly heavily inspired by Nintendo's 3D Mario games. But inspired doesn't mean ripped off. Oh my... I guess I missed. Or I didn't have enough metal to kill that guy. I thought that would be a free kill. It was not a free kill. It was very much not a free... Okay, let's not make... Let's wait. Then attack. Patience. Is this safe to stand on? Yep, we're good. Well, not when I skate right into it. Have I played Sonic Final Horizon? No, but I am going to because I traded it. It's part of a trade deal. The trade did not stop at simply playing the base game for Frontiers. It included the Final Horizon as well. Expect unfairness? See, okay, and this is when we have a whole conversation about, because I've seen... The discourse from what I've seen of Final Horizon has been utterly insufferable, as it usually is with Sonic fans, to be fair. Of people saying that the game is unfair, or that Final Horizon is an unwarranted spike in difficulty, and the infamous response that people will usually go for. It's a bit of a different one from what I'm used to hearing from Sonic fans. It's a pretty creative, intelligent defense. It goes something along the lines of, simply get good. So, there's no point in having a conversation with anyone about whether or not the game is actually unfair, because it will always boil down to that again and again and again. So, it's just whatever. I wonder if it's possible to knock all three of those guys out in one hit. Okay, yeah, here comes the pain part. Nailed it. Metal Gear Solid? That looks like Metal Gear Solid. I don't know if it is, but that... He looks like something that would come from Metal Gear Solid. Yes, it is. Okay. Nailed it. I got one. I got one. One of the PlayStation references I got. That's almost a new record. Imitation is a form of flattery. Slippery slope, because it depends on the degree of imitation. But generally, like all, I think I was starting to say this earlier, but then I got sidetracked by the level being being hard. All art is inspired by something. You can always trace an artist's creations back to the people that inspired them. But I guess the key is to make it so that it's not a blatant, like for instance, the Owl House, which is my usual go-to example for, you know, most things. If you know the types of stories that Dana Terrace loves and the artists that she was inspired by, you can very, very easily, holy shit, oh my god, you can very, very easily trace her inspirations in several elements of that show. But I do not think you could say, for instance, that Owl House is a ripoff of something, oh my god, holy shit, is a ripoff of The Legend of Zelda or Princess Mononoke or things like that. Even though you can clearly see, like, oh, you did this because that, and you did this because that. I see, right? This is your inspirations bleeding into your own creation. That's just natural. It's just, there's a line when it goes from you were inspired by this thing and you are paying tribute to it to, oh, you're just stealing. You're just actually stealing. And Astro Bot has clearly not stolen anything from the Mario games. Okay, this looks... We got through this wasn't the hard part last time. This one seems nice and straightforward. This was when things started to get a little bit... Oh my god! I almost screwed that up. I almost royally screwed that up. Like, if I were to be completely disingenuous, I could even say, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that Astro Bot has bonus levels in an environment that's completely removed from the main aesthetic of the game? Man, that's just like what Super Mario Sunshine does. Oh, and also, in none of these levels... Oh, I ran right past the rope. Also, none of these levels give you access to the power-ups, much like how Flood is taken away from you in those bonus levels. Like, I could say that, but it would be laughable to do so, because it's not, like... It's not a claim that holds any weight whatsoever. That was a risky move. Whoa, hi! Whoa, hey, Astro, I think we need to have a conversation about what direction to move in when we jump on these railings. Oh, shit, I jumped right into it as he shot. I actually recommend Poppy's playtime as someone who's played all current chapters up to this point. You say it's on par with the classic FNAF games. I don't know. I just kind of generally feel burned out on mascot horror. I'm sure, like, I know a lot of people love Poppy's playtime. I'm sure it's really well made, really passionate developers. I'm glad. happy for those who are, like, I'm sure for a lot of people, Poppy's playtime is to them what Five Nights at Freddy's and Bending the Machine was to me, and I'm glad that it exists for those people. But just me personally, I'm like, I don't know. I think I've moved on from that. I mean, outside of the IPs that I'm already attached to, like, obviously I'm still keeping up with FNAF related stuff. But as far as, like, if Poppy's Playtime came out in 2017 or 2018, around the time when Bendy was at its peak, I probably would have checked it out. But now, I don't know. There's too many other things that I wanna play, I wanna see, I wanna do. Oh, if I missed this question. How often do I watch Aladdin? I mean, honestly, I don't know. So the last time I watched it before September 15th was May 24th. Okay, Astro, I thought we said we needed to have a conversation about, oh my god, Astro, buddy, old pal. You gotta work with me here. You really gotta work with me here. We gotta not go the opposite direction when we get on these railings. And yes, I am aware that May 24th is the release date for the remake of Aladdin. That actually wasn't the reason why I did that. That was actually a complete coincidence that it worked out that way. It was just because I was on a plane ride to Atlanta, and the flight time, the duration of the flight was almost exactly the same as how long Aladdin was, and also I was going to a convention, and I was going to MomoCon in Atlanta, which is a convention where I was going to meet the voice actors for Aladdin and Jasmine, so it seemed thematically appropriate for the situation. But as far as how often I watch Aladdin, I honestly don't really keep track of those things. But I guess most recently, the gap was between May and September of this year. Would I rather play Security Breach or Garden of Banban? Devil you know versus devil you don't. I don't know what Garden of Banban's all about. And I know how to handle Security Breach's bullshit now. Thoughts on the It films. Chapter 1 is good. Chapter 1 is like a solid 7 out of 10. Chapter 2 is horrible. It's a meandering, poorly paced, cheap copy of the first movie. And I don't really care for it. I'm a simple man. I see shiny thing, I break shiny thing. What fictional world would I live in if I could? If you know anything about me, you probably know the answer, but I would step into the world of the Boiling Isles. You see footage of people playing these levels. Interesting. That didn't kill me instantly. You see footage of people playing these levels and being like, this is Dark Souls, like, bro, play more platformers. I saw a tweet. It's like, PlayStation fans will play one game that isn't a narrative-driven, over-the-shoulder third-person experience and lose their collective fucking minds over it. Which, by the way, playing the Until Dawn remake has just solidified, I am so fucking sick of over-the-shoulder third-person camera perspective. I'm so... Just give me a normal third-person video game camera. I don't need it to be locked over the shoulder. I really don't. Alright, what are we doing? We fighting a snake? We are indeed fighting a snake. Oh my dear god. Funny, we were just talking about Aladdin, and what are we doing now? We're fighting a snake. Thoughts on the creator of Hazbin Hotel? I think she gets a lot of unnecessary hate from people. Like, I've said this before. I think I said this in the last stream. Oh my god. I said this in the last stream. The hate... excuse me, sorry. The hate base that Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss have garnered is like, that didn't quite go according to plan. Oh, aha! Gobblegut, is that you? Gobblegut's aching belly. The hate base that Hell of a Boss and Has-Been Hotel have garnered seems more intense than the people, like, the people who unapologetically love those shows seem to be, like, way less interested in talking about it than the people who, like, vehemently despise them. Not to a healthy degree. And, like, it's not like the people who love the shows are uninterested in talking about them. But they don't, like, base their entire personalities around it like the people who hate the shows seem to. Will I ever watch Spaceballs? Probably not. I got most of the eggs, or okay, I guess I got half the eggs, looks like. Okay, I need to charge it up a lot sooner than that, I guess. Have you ever played Dr. Robotics Mean Bean Machine? I think I mentioned this in the server, but yes. And I loved it. It has led to me playing Puyo Puyo Tetris as much as I have as an adult. And I was I was overjoyed with happiness when I played Sonic Mania and I discovered that the final boss of Chemical Plant Zone Act 2 was the Mean Bean Machine. I can't tell you how happy that made me when I saw that. The Owl House is clearly inspired by Harry Potter. Dana Terrace has pretty openly said in the past that she has absolutely no interest in Harry Potter, and I think it's abundantly obvious from watching the show that any connections you can draw to Harry Potter are done out of spite. I think her exact wording is that she's happy it exists, but she was never a part of the zeitgeist, as it were. Which basically means, if you enjoy it, cool, but I'm not, that's not my, my cup of tea, as it were. Oh, okay, I didn't charge that up quite enough. Are we done? Oh, it's one of these. Oh my god, okay, sure, why not? Oh my holy Jesus. I thought we were done. I thought that would be it. I thought that would be it. I thought that was the end of the boss. Apparently it was not. Holy shit. Oh, wow. This game just keeps surprising me. Thanks, I guess. Okay, that's gotta be Horizon. Yes? I mean, I didn't think they had guns in Horizon, but that looks like something that a character in Horizon would wear. What are my thoughts on the cartoon pilot Catching Up made by YouTuber Ellis Mark? I have never played it. This is either Horizon or Uncharted. I'm not sure which one. The environment looks more like what I would expect of Horizon. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Cuphead's not that hard. It is for a first timer. But it's just a matter of learning. Cuphead is just pattern recognition. It's learning the patterns of the boss and being able to account for them. But for a first timer, it is definitely a challenging experience. Dude rating? Okay, that sounds more like Uncharted to me. Opinion on both Benny and the Ink Machine and Benny and the Dark Revival. They're both heavily flawed games with different strengths and weaknesses that balance out to around the same par score of just it pains me because there's so much potential in the Bendy universe, and both the first and second game, they have such clear blind spots and such clear weak points. It's like, it's especially frustrating because I wish, like, with just a couple tweaks, we could so easily make something incredible, but they just don't. Thoughts on Beverly Hills Cop? I haven't seen it. Alright, we shooting now. We have gun. We do a shooty shoot. Or a punchy punch. You remember the days of Cuphead regular mode being difficult? Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, nowadays I can play Cuphead with no issue on regular. Expert mode is a whole other thing. But regular mode is fine. I think the average for me is like 2 hours it takes to beat it on regular mode. But when you're first starting out and learning the ropes of that game, that was a brutal experience. A satisfying and rewarding and very fun experience, but a brutal one nonetheless. That's another fond memory I have of high school, is just me and Brooks playing through the game simultaneously. Not together, because it didn't have online co-op. And still doesn't, and probably never will. But we did play through it independently, and we were keep getting each other up to speed on our progress with bosses and tips and tricks and all that. Did I hear about Owl House, Gravity Falls, and Amphibia crossover merch coming soon? Yes, the Kickstarter launched yesterday, but it's not officially endorsed by, like, it's just more fan-made stuff, which is fine. I mean, everything, because Disney has made no official Owl House merch, everything I have on my shelf over there, all the artwork and all the the figurines and all that stuff is all fan-made. Which, I mean, I'd rather support independent creators anyway than I would give more money to fucking Disney. But I saw some people being like, oh my god, it's official Dana Terrace made Owl House merch, and it's like, that's not what it is. Let's correct the record. We don't want to set any false expectation. That's not what it is. It's just crossover, fan-made crossover merch between Owl House, Amphibia, and Gravity Falls. Interesting. Can I reach that top one? Oh, no, that's just telling me... Okay, that's telling me what they need to be. Gotcha. I had a feeling that there was something about those blocks, that they looked interactable. What about that guy up there? Oh, well. At least I got the puzzle piece. That's pretty neat. Okay. Trapped chest, I guess. How happy would I be if I met the creator of Hazbin Hotel? So here's the really annoying thing. At MomoCon, Vivian Madrano was there, but I hadn't ever seen Hazbin Hotel a hell of a boss, so I had no reason to go up to her table to meet her. Now that actually going, the only reason I took interest in Hazbin Hotel in the first place is because there was an animation creators panel with Dana Terrace, Matt Brawley, and Vivian Madrano. And so hearing her talk about the show was like, huh, she seems pretty cool. Maybe I'll check out her show soon. And then the whole thing happened with that guy who made that terrible hit piece cyberbullying video. And I'm like, alright, yep, I'm just gonna watch this out of pure spite now. But I probably wouldn't have done, if I hadn't actually met the YouTubers that I did, and if I didn't eat lunch with Morgan Terry and all those people, and if I didn't see Vivian Madrano at the animation creators panel, I probably never would have watched Hazbin Hotel, because it was those two key things that needed to happen in order for me to even be aware of what was going on, to know what Hazbin Hotel was, and know to watch it in response to seeing that video. So, if I met, I mean, I don't like, it would probably be the same way if I met her at a different convention at some point in the future, it would probably be the same as me just meeting some of the other people, like, meeting, I guess, the Aladdin actors, for example. Oh, hey, what did that do? That was interesting. Where it's like, just a standard level of excitement. It's not to the point where, like, the Hazbin Hotel hasn't rewired my brain chemistry in the same way that the Owl House did, to where meeting Dana Terrace and everything else that happened was, like, my brain was self-combusting. And still, frankly, is self-combusting. I still have not recovered from all that. But, yeah, that's, it would be fun to meet her and the whole cast. I'm sure they'll be at another convention. She might, I have a feeling she'll probably come back to MomoCon next year, and I will probably go to MomoCon next year because of how awesome my first experience was. So I imagine I'll probably, Vivian will probably be there next year. I mean, but if not, there's plenty of other conventions in the world. Favorite Indiana Jones trap? It's got to be the boulder. Like, what else is there? That's the obvious pick. Is the boulder. I think that's probably the single most iconic piece of imagery in the entire Indiana Jones franchise. Is the boulder. Which is why, if the boulder isn't working at Hollywood Studios when they do the okay, I can move this. When they do the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular, if that ball isn't moving, it's not working properly, it's almost not even worth going to the show, honestly. Okay, can I... Oh, maybe it's the other way. Maybe I need to move them the other direction. Yeah, okay, because they're lit when they're on the outside. Into the Cave of Wonders we go, I guess. You remember back when Cuphead Expert Mode seemed impossible at good times? Yeah, I mean, it's still... Expert Mode is definitely not how I enjoy to play the game. It's, but it is not the, It's kind of like how I view Legendary in Halo, where when I was a kid, it was like, oh my god, how can anyone ever possibly expect to beat Legendary? And now that's the only difficulty I play on. So it's definitely, it's only designed to seem impossible to new players, but it's not. Once you know the game's mechanics enough, it's not like Halo 2 Legendary specifically. It doesn't matter how familiar you are with that game's mechanics, it's still simply shit. Halo 5 as well. Regardless of how familiar you are with Halo and its mechanics, it's just shit. Top to bottom, non-stop. But with something like Cuphead on Expert, once you are familiar enough with the game's mechanics, it becomes manageable. I wouldn't say easy, I would say manageable. Co-op Expert, on the other hand, when invariably one partner dies, and then you're left having to fight the remaining boss with double health by yourself, well, that's its own animal. Oh my god, oh, holy shit, holy... Wow. I have a feeling Uncharted is not going to have that level of platform rotation. And then also, I don't think that Uncharted's controls are precise enough to warrant that kind of platforming, so I'm going to... Please tell me there's a boulder behind me. Of course there is. As if on cue. As if on cue. Oh my god! Oh, come on. Okay, let's stay to the bottom of this time so that I don't run into that stupid torch. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Hi. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Oh! Taking a page out of Celeste's playbook, are we? With the giant laser. Except much more manageable. I'm thinking we're taking a page out of Celeste's playbook. Up! Have I watched Star vs. the Forces of Evil? No. No, I have not. And I never will, because people have told me how that shit ends. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't, why would I do that to myself, exactly? Why would I risk getting invested in a show that apparently had a couple really great seasons, and then fell off a cliff with later seasons, and then just promptly committed suicide? I thought I was above that. And then just promptly committed suicide in the actual finale. When they did the whole merging of the worlds bullshit. So, no, I have not seen Star vs. Forces of Evil. And in an ideal world, I never will. I have, my friends have spared me the trouble of having to engage with that show, because they had to suffer through it themselves. So they suffered for me, and now they've warned me that it's not, well, I guess I can't say they've explicitly told me not to watch it, but knowing me as someone who very famously values endings tremendously, and for whom a bad ending can literally destroy a show, not something I would recommend, and not something that I would want to get involved with myself. That's an awful way to go. Yay, we did it. The mothership's GPU accelerates, renders, processes, and most importantly, sings. Oh, I can actually hear the song now. I can actually hear the bots sing when we get back to the crash site. That's cool. Because I am playing with a headset. Have I watched Princess and the Frog? Yes, I like it. Like it a lot. Solid, solid movie. When did I watch it for the first time? I don't remember the exact year or month or anything, but it was when I was sick. I remember my mom and I watched it together when I was sick, and I was just at home in the living room, bundled up in a blanket, and that was, I don't know why we decided to watch it, but we just did. Oh, right, I forgot about this part. Okay. Life is Strange 2, is that you? Yeah, I'm still not big on this part of the game. This is like the only thing I don't like so far about this game is this. This feels so gimmicky to me. Still waiting for the Cuphead Super Expert mode. Yeah, you have fun. I'm good with normal expert mode. I'm good with regular expert mode. It's kind of surprising that I went to Disney World before I went to a movie theater. Well, okay. It's not that I hadn't been to a movie theater, it's that it's like it was my only, like, my parents took me to a theater to see the SpongeBob movie in 2004. They took me to a theater to see Curious George in 2006, but we left within the first 5 minutes because of how overwhelming the darkness was to me, and how loud it was and how scary it was. So I had technically been to a theater before that point, but I don't count it because it's like we didn't actually sit to watch the movie, and I don't really remember it at all. So it's not like I don't think it's worth counting that. This is probably your least favorite fixing section. It's like 10 seconds long. Interestingly, I think that's the reason why it's my favorite section. Or my favorite fixing section. Astro Ladder. Excuse me. Oh, alright. What my reaction be if Toy Story 5 ends up being good and Toy Story 6 gets announced? To sigh for a very, very long time. And then not talk to anyone for like a day. That would be so annoying. There's no way! Tom Hanks and Tim Allen aren't immortal. Give up! Stop! You can't keep doing this. Do I have any mental health advice? I am not qualified in any way to give advice on mental health. I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a therapist, and it would be irresponsible of me to try to give out mental health advice to people. So, no. I guess I don't. But Trevor, we have AI now. With all the backlash Pixar has just received, there's no way in the world they would ever resort to using AI. I would hope, at least, that if nothing else, they are principled enough to never, ever resort to using generative AI. There's no way anyone... Well, okay, I can't say no one, because there was that one asshole on Twitter who was like, look at how I love Princess Mononoke so much that I completely missed its fundamental environmentalist messaging, and then went on to make an AI-generated version of the movie, which bulldozes over the environment with every time anyone ever tries to make some AI-generated bullshit. It's just gets worse and worse. It leaves a deeper and deeper carbon footprint. But, you know, I love Princess Mononoke, by the way. Anyway, whenever that shit happens, everyone's like, what are you doing? What is wrong with you? Like, what is actually wrong with you? There's no way they'd ever... I'm not gonna go down this route again. I'm really not gonna go down this route. I overheard someone, a couple days ago, who was like... I mean, this is gonna be, like, make a lot of jobs obsolete. Because, like, think, if you're... It's perfect for writer's block, because think, if you get stuck writing something and you don't know what to write next, you can just talk to ChatGPT and say, hey, come up with 3 ideas for me for how to make the next scene work. And it's like, that's amazing, you'll never have writer's block ever again. That's not a good thing, you fucking mushroom. No, I'm not, I already did this last week. I'm not gonna blow a gasket over it again. It just makes me very angry. It makes me unfathomably angry when people talk that way about creativity and art. Anyway, let's go to the Camo Cosmos. Oh, also, I didn't mention, the boss of that world was original. It wasn't one of the ones from Rescue Mission, because the first 2 bosses were the gorilla and then the octopus again. So I'm glad that World 3 had its own unique boss. That's pretty neat. I like that. I need to go back for gambling? You're right, I do, but not yet. We save that for late. We save the best for last, you see. We save the best part of the game for last. The gambling. Please make it. Please make it. I wasn't sure if I needed to boost to make it through that or not. Oh, hey. Also, I saw someone mention that these guys just look like legally distinct Octoombas. I didn't see it at first, but now I can't unsee that they... They do bear a lot of striking resemblance to Octoombas. Man, I should replay the Galaxy games. I think maybe that'll be my next stream after this, is replaying the Galaxy games. Because it's been a while. It's been like a year and a half since I've played the Galaxy 1 and 2. I'll tell you what I really need to replay is Odyssey. It's been almost 5 years since... No, sorry, almost 4 years since I've played... Thanks. Since I've played Odyssey on the channel. That game could do for a replay. What are you gonna do? Oh. Glad I waited to see what you were gonna do. Oh, hey, what? Whoa! Alright. Now we know what that does. Is there a chance someone working at Pixar watched my Toy Story 4 videos? I think statistically, it's likely that at least one person at the company at least knows they exist. Whether they watched it all the way through, I'm gonna go with probably not. But I think, statistically speaking, it's... Considering it as... Somehow it has 1 million views, I think it's unlikely that no one is at least aware that it exists. But as far as, like, actually watching it all the way through, I would be gobsmacked if... Whether the video was positive or negative, if the person who created the thing I was talking about actually ever openly admitted that they watched the entire thing from start to finish. That might just, like, fundamentally change my outlook on life, if that ever happened, hypothetically speaking. Oh my... Oh, is there not a hole here? I thought there was a hole there. I guess I was just running into the wall. Hello? There must be a mouse power up here somewhere. Like, perhaps maybe up here? Give me mouse. Give me the mouse. I think I might have just accidentally missed a whole bunch of shit. I think I might have accidentally run right past a lot of stuff. I thought... maybe I'll get a chance to go back out there later. Oh, wow. We both came out of our shells at the exact same time. Do I think Bendy 3 will be good? Simply put, just no. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it'll be great, I'll say that. Because I would still say that Bendy the Ink Machine and Dark Revival are still good overall. They just have very strong... They have very glaring flaws that are really annoying. But I wouldn't call either of them bad games explicitly. So, I don't think... I have no reason to believe Bendy 3 will be... like a substantial improvement. I think it'll probably be around the same level of quality if I were to guess. But I don't know that for a fact. I'm also just not like that. I mean, I'm sure I'll play it when it comes out, but I'm not actively keeping tabs on the development of future Bendy games or anything like that. So, it's not like I'll be going into it with super high expectations or anything. Which I didn't do that for Dark Revival either, because it took so long for that game to be made. It made it such that like, if Dark Revival came out immediately or very soon after the release of Bendy the Ink Machine, I probably would have been, 1, a lot more excited, and 2, a lot more... Well, I don't know. I don't know how my read of that game would have been impacted by playing it closer to release. But my point is, it was definitely a different experience playing it so far after I was like swept up in the hype of the original game's release. Whereas if I had played it, as opposed to if I had played it like right afterwards. Yet again, we have a golf thing, and we don't have Joel. Like, that just seems like the obvious. Like, you have golf, put Joel there. Do I have to do everything for these people? Have I seen Raya and the Lost Dragon? No. I don't really plan to. If I ever do a Disney animation ranking video, which I might do that one day, I've considered the idea of, because I haven't seen a lot of the early Disney animation stuff, I've considered doing a video like that. Then I would have to watch it, but right now I don't really have a desire to. Do I remember my favorite stage from Galaxy 1 and 2? I get asked this question a lot, and I never have a good answer. Because I like the Galaxy games are very consistently good. Just across the whole oh. Should have gone ball mode. Across both games, they're very consistently good. I'm drawn to Beach Bowl Galaxy. But that's because I'm biased towards tropical aesthetics. Beach Bowl Galaxy, Starshine Beach Galaxy, those kinds of galaxies I'm big fan of. Purely because of my bias towards the tropical aesthetic. But I don't know if I have a one solid pick for like my favorite stage or favorite galaxy. Also, I guess this is what people were talking about on Twitter when they said that they just dump a million particles into the end of the level. This is what you should be using your technology for, not 3 more pixels on your up-close and personal shots in the Until Dawn remake. They cost $60 fucking dollars. What if Tom Hanks and Tim Allen saw it? Okay, I can guarantee you that neither of them saw it. Their lives are way more busy than just Pixar and Disney stuff. That's a 100% guarantee. Under the Sea? Finding Astro, let's go. My overall thoughts on Unfrosted? It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. And I wouldn't wish watching it upon my worst enemy. Because here's the thing, even though I was laughing my ass off at how fucking stupid Unfrosted is, most people don't feel that way. Most people just find Unfrosted to be a boring, worthless, meaningless, vapid slop fest. And I can't exactly blame them for it. I was laughing because I couldn't contain myself because it's just such a stupid movie. But again, I'm the minority when it comes to that perspective. And I get the sense I might have missed, yeah, I had a feeling it was something hiding here. Do you have a power-up for me? Am I gonna try to do a fish? Hey, penguin! Penguin! Not the penguin. Not that penguin. Just so we're clear. This is a different penguin. Just a totally different penguin. Alright, is this like a speed momentum thing? Yes, it is. Okay. Just so we're clear, this is not that penguin. This is a different penguin. Completely different penguin. Are you... Okay. That's not a bot I can rescue. I get annoyed when I rescue bots and it turns out they're just fucking fishing. Or eating popcorn. Or some stupid shit like that. It's like, well, it can't be that urgent then. If you're just having a nice chill day. Lounging by the pool. Someone hidden here. I would have hidden someone. I had a feeling there might have been someone hidden around that corner. That felt like an easily missable corner. To hide someone behind. Oh. Nope. Maybe not. Maybe we don't go that way. Maybe we don't go that way. Oh, dear Lord. Well, underwater levels have a somewhat mixed track record in the world of platformers, so let's see how this goes. At least there's no oxygen meter. It's already a step in the right direction. Not to worry about running out of oxygen at any point. Can I break through this with the penguin? Oh, I can. Thought it would require more steps than just swimming through. What was my next movie theater experience after Toy Story 3? Was it Despicable Me 1? Maybe. Either that or Shrek Forever After. How to make water stages fun, not make you slow as shit. Yeah, that's one of the annoyances with a lot of levels, is that your movement speed is so heavily impaired. And it makes trying to navigate the environment, like, especially turning around. Like this, I like that you can just instantly turn around with Astro and not have to worry about, oh, let me slowly float around like this. Not to call out any one game in particular when I say that. I think my favorite water stage in a platformer up to this point is Luma Pools from Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Well, okay, asterisk. If you buy the water-breathing power-up before you go. If you don't, I still would probably say it's the best one. But it's definitely a much less painful experience if you don't, if you do have that. Also, was that just to, okay, I guess that's just to bounce me up here. Thought there'd be more to it than that. Hey! Asshole! Get back here. No. Come over here. You dumbass robot. Okay, where'd he go now? He's over there. There's no easy way to, like, go directly up, it looks like. Oh, hey. Oh, come on, that was it. That was the run. That was the run right there. Get over here. Ugh. No, don't go down. Where'd he run off to? Okay, he's just chilling right there, huh? Yeah. Finally. Finding Nemo world. Kinda. Underwater looks a little bit like it. And let me see if I can get up there. Anything interesting waiting for me? Another person going, 2 more people going fishing. What about inside? Oh, we're not, okay, another one of the locks is here. Despicable Me 4 commentary. I've said this before. It's just boring. It's just fap. It's a direction. It's just, it meanders all over the place. There's no, the plot is just completely unfocused. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It can't commit to anything. It's, well, the one thing it commits to could have been told in like a 15-minute TV special or a 20-minute TV special. But of course, that's not enough to make a whole movie out of, so they have to introduce all this other random shit, all these other random side plots, some of which go absolutely nowhere. And it's just an annoying movie to watch. It's not like something that I feel like we would get a lot out of from a perspective of commentary stuff. Did I see Onward in theaters? Yes, Onward was the last movie that I saw in theaters before the world shut down. I saw 3 movies in 2020 before everything went to pieces. It was, I saw Bad Boys for Life, I saw Sonic the Hedgehog, obviously, and then I saw Onward. Onward was my last theatrical experience. I was originally gonna go see A Quiet Place 2, because that was supposed to come to theaters, like, right as things really started to hit the fan. But, in fact, it was going to be a double feature screening of the original and the sequel back-to-back in Dolby Theaters. But, you know, those plans kind of fell through immediately. So yeah, as it stands, Onward is a lot of people's last movie is Sonic. A lot of people I've noticed, the last movie they saw in theaters was Sonic the Hedgehog. On Valentine's Day, of course. Mine was Onward. That's the movie that I will forever associate with the pandemic. Will I ever doing a long, in-depth rant on the Home Sweet Home Alone? That's already been done to death. I have nothing more to say about that garbage movie. Inside Out, double commentary perhaps? That we could do. That we may do at some point. That's definitely something that we wouldn't be opposed to doing at some point in the future. What 2024 movie sequel do I think is worse? Kung Fu Panda 4, Despicable Me 4? Kung Fu Panda 4 is more personally insulting, because I care way more about the Kung Fu Panda movies than I do about Despicable Me. But Despicable Me 4 is probably the worst made film overall, because Kung Fu Panda 4 has some things about it that are redeemable. Despicable Me 4 has nothing. It's just a worthless movie. Can I reach... Unsure as to my abilities to reach this from here, but let's give it a try. I was probably meant to knock the ladybug over there, but I did things my own way. Give me that. Oh, hey, buddy. I'll save you, friend. Thoughts on Beetlejuice? Much like, it's kind of a similar situation to what happened with Princess and the Frog, where my mom tried to show it to me one day when I was sick, and it didn't really go that well. I wasn't... Hey! Wild Robot again. I wasn't a big fan of what I saw. I don't even think we got further than maybe like 20 minutes in before we stopped watching. And so because of that, I had no interest in seeing the new one, or even really revisiting the original. But, I know a lot of people love Beetlejuice. I saw Onward in theaters despite people not going to see it because they may catch COVID in there. That is a sign that Trevor's the biggest Pixar fan in the world. No, it just means that we weren't... Like, the world wasn't taking it seriously yet. Believe me, I think I've spoken about this before, but I was, like, extreme... Like, my anxiety was at an all-time high when I was, when COVID was first happening. No one else around me was taking it seriously. Everyone was saying, oh, it's just like the flu, it's not gonna be a big deal, you're overthinking it, you're massively overreacting, quit with the hysteria. Meanwhile, I was watching the news every damn day. And... freaking out because of all the reports. It's like when the first case was reported in my hometown, that was a big deal. That was like, oh, it's like real now. It's a real thing that's happening now. And yeah, that was the first. There were many times in high school when I just had to, like, I ran out of class because I was just so, like, because it really didn't help that... Oh, what? That's weird. I don't know why that deflated. It didn't help that I was in AP Government my senior year of high school, which is when it all happened. And every morning when we started that class, it would always begin with talking about current events in the world, and the only current events anyone was ever interested in talking about was all the new COVID cases that were popping up, and how how world leaders were reacting to all the new COVID cases that were popping up. And so that made my anxieties even worse, especially because, like, because I've had a complicated medical history and spent a lot of time in the hospital when I was younger, I'm more susceptible to those kinds of those kinds of things than the average person is. So reading all the news on my own and then being forced to talk about it every day in class, that was all. There were several times when I would just, like, leave class and I would go run off and hide in the stairwell in the corner and just, like, break down mentally because of how overwhelming my anxieties were when all that was going on. So, and credit where credit is, like, I talked to administration about this and they were fully supportive. Like, if you need to just cool off for a bit, I'll let your teachers know. They'll be happy to let you just go off and, like, mentally recharge or whatever. So that was, they were very supportive of me during that time, as best as they could be, I guess. So yeah, believe me, it wasn't a case of, like, man, you know, COVID just doesn't really have much of an effect on me. I'm gonna go because I just love, oh my god, because I just love Pixar movies that much. It was just like the world was not in a state where anyone was taking the precautions about it. So it was just like, well, I guess we'll wait and see what happens. It wasn't really a case of anything like that. What's my favorite kind of fish? I don't eat fish. My dad had really, really bad food poisoning from eating fish one time. Like, dangerously, critically bad food poisoning. I think he had a specific term. I don't think it wasn't strictly food poisoning. It was like fish poisoning, and a specific type of fish poisoning that can be deadly to people. So ever since that happened, we kind of just swore off eating seafood at all. So I don't eat fish. Oh, come on. Who's the better antagonist, William Afton or Wilson Arch? I forgot that well, let me tell you, I guess I should probably tell you something that I forgot that was what his name was in Benny and the Dark Revival. I just remember that the stupid fucking ending of that game, where he's, like, standing in front of the machine and then just allows the main character to push him into it. That was really dumb. That whole scenario was just like, what are you doing? What is wrong with you? But then that's a lot of things about that game and why characters do make the choices that they make. You don't mean as food, you mean as an animal? I still don't have an answer. I don't know fish. I don't care. Overall thoughts on the Lorax movie? Listen, so I wouldn't go so far as to describe it as a guilty pleasure movie, because I don't know, I can't even remember the last time I've seen that movie, but I did find enjoyment in it as a kid, and I find some aspects of it to be just hilarious. So I mean, it's terrible, but I can't bring myself to fully hate it. It is terrible though, don't get me wrong. What was my first theater experience after COVID? It was, I almost feel ashamed to even admit this. It was Black Widow. That was FG really wanted to see that movie while it was in theaters. We saw it in IMAX, and yeah, I caved when we went to go see it in IMAX. We were the only ones, we were pretty much the only ones in the theater going to see it. But we saw it, and that was my first theatrical experience after, once things started to open up again, and once I started to feel more comfortable going out again. And then after Black Widow, it was Free Guy. And then after Free Guy, yes, then it was Encanto. I didn't see many movies in 2021. Just in general, but also in theaters. 2020 and 2021. Well, 2020 more so than 2021. I was not feeling it in 2020. I wasn't feeling much in 2020, honestly. No. Free Guy commentary. Okay. That I'm more open to the idea of doing that someday, because one, I actually don't know how many of the Space Rangers have seen Free Guy. I think most of them haven't. But also because it's been so long since I've seen it, I wouldn't be opposed to revisiting it in the form of a commentary. But again, it's not something that we're prioritizing right now. You have not seen Free Guy. So that means Avert hasn't. I don't think OJ has. Actually, I'm pretty confident OJ has not seen it. I know Waffles has. And I don't think Uganic has either. Although I imagine he's probably familiar at least with the general idea of the story. I did make a video on it after all. Our team name is the Space Rangers. Yeah, I mean, it's just, when I finally decided, or when I finally realized, oh, we actually need to have mods for this server. I needed to come up with a name for them, and I figured, well, since Toy Story is the main reason why people are here, and I'm referring to myself as Sheriff Magic, I think it makes sense to refer to the mods as Space Rangers of Star Command. I think that's on brand. That makes sense. It's a catchy name. So, yeah, I guess if you want to call it a team name, I guess that's what it is. I mean, I have occasionally said, like, I need to talk to the other Space Rangers first, just between us privately, just because it's easier than saying anything else. So yeah, I guess it is technically a team name. Have I ever heard of In Stars in Time? No. Overall thoughts on Chicken Little? Much like the Lorax, I know it's terrible. It, like, really, really bad. But I watched it so many times when I was a kid that I could never hate Chicken Little. I can never allow myself to hate something like Chicken Little. Okay, I guess that's not happening today. I guess that's not happening either. Alright, guess we're going this way then. If I can even go this way. Maybe not. He's always gonna... Okay. What's over here? Excuse me. I'm trying to pull something out of the ground here. Ah! There's my old friend. The Time Stopper. Alright, well, first things first, let's stop time so I can get this guy. And then... Oh. Alright, fine. Be a dick. Wow. You gotta do it immediately. Because, like, it's the second you walk away that clown up there just shuts the door right in your face. Because he's an asshole. Alright, so it's gonna be another one of these levels. That's why it's called Spooky Time. Are you ever gonna move those platforms? Oh my... Oh. Ah! I see. Damn, I was like, I could bounce off that guy. Have I played Epic Mickey? No. I have not played Epic Mickey. I think I had the PC disc for one of the Epic Mickey games when I was a kid. I just never... Oh, wait, there's a guy... Oh, there's a guy there. There was a guy strapped on one of the knives. Favorite horror movie for Spooky Month? I don't... I don't treat October the same way that I treat December when it comes to movies. Because, like, every December I will always watch Home Alone. I'll always watch Jingle All the Way. The Phineas and Ferb Christmas special. Things like that. But, I do not feel the same way about watching horror movies in October. So, don't really have a solid answer for you there. Oh. In general, one of my top 3 favorite horror movies. Get Out. Oh, for God's sake. Get Out's up there. I really like Us. Us really... I really connected with Us on a deeply personal... Like, more so... Even though Up is not... I said Up. Even though Us is not Jordan Peele's objectively best film, that's Get Out. It is the one that I connected with the most. Like, when I finished watching Us, I was sat there just thinking about... Oh, for God's sake. I was sat there just thinking about the story and the characters and the implications of it. Like, the final shot is haunting. The final shot of Us is utterly chilling. And it's like... Again, it has a lot of pacing issues. It's carried heavily by its first and third acts. But man, I just like I recently rewatched just like the ending, just the final like 30 minutes of Us, and it is a tight final 30 minutes. It's the bullet punching. Oh, was that Chris Redfield? Oh, you should have told me. I would have left his ass to rot here for all the bullshit he pulled in Resident Evil Village. If I'd known that was meant to be Chris Redfield, I would have left him to die in this stupid spooky time town. Do I watch The Amazing Digital Circus? No. I do not. I was on a panel, or sorry, I attended a panel with one of the voice actors from Amazing Digital Circus, though. But no, I don't actually watch the show. Maybe one day I will, but that day is not today. Other things I would rather focus my time on watching. Did I get it right on the first try? I think I accidentally nailed the correct panel on the first try. Alright, we're doing a lot better with bots on this level. Doing much better with bots this time. Question is, will we get all of them, or will we flounder in the ending? Will we drop the ball at the last minute? I'm thinking odds are high that we drop the ball at the last second. Oh, no. Please don't be any more. Oh. Ugh. If only I had this in every level. Oh, hey, what are you? You look interesting. What do you do? Nothing? He may not do anything. He may just be chilling there. Oh, this is gonna be... Oh, that's... Oh. I mean, that's awesome. That he just... That he unleashes a fury of objects. Oh. Odd. I think I interrupted their bath time and I was immediately punished for it. That he just unleashes a fury of objects at you. And even though it seems like a cluster, there is a coherent... Oh, wait, my time thing hadn't recharged. There is a coherent line of blocks that you can form out of it. That's neat. I'm gonna wait here for a second. Hours production going on the Toy Story 3 video. Audio is completely recorded, which means the next step is to edit down the 21 hours of commentary into a proper... Oh! That was way too close. It looks like I missed the other hidden bot somewhere, unfortunately. Now I just gotta edit down the 21 hours of raw audio into what will probably be around 6.5 hours of processed final audio. So that's the next... Uh-oh. That's the next step. I'm just gonna assume I can jump on here from any point. This won't move, right? Yeah, that looks different. That looks stable. Oh, shit. Well, nice knowing you guys. Yep. Favorite 2D Mario level? I have absolutely no idea. Oh, hey. Yep, we're going back to base on this one. That looks... I might be able to do this. Nope. Definitely not. Pilot's 350 million views. Yeah, it's a very popular show. A lot of people really love it. I just don't have much interest in it. It's only 2 we demand a third. I don't know. I'm not really a big connoisseur of horror movies, I guess. I'm more... I think I've played more horror games than I've seen horror movies. I mean, I saw Speak No Evil recently. I really, really like Speak No Evil. Speak No Evil is something that I would highly recommend to anyone. But then again, I did just see that, so I don't know if I'm ready to, like, call it one of my favorite horror movies of all time. Okay, this might be it. Finally. Oh, come on. Alright. Whew. Brutal. Utterly brutal. But we did it. One bot less than we were hoping for, but still. Actually, one bot less than I was hoping for, but also one bot more than I was hoping for, because fucking Chris Redfield is still here being a dick. Like he always is. When I went in theaters, was it empty? No, it was not empty. It was, I'd say, what I would expect the average audience to be for an opening weekend showing of Onward. Or, sorry, opening weekend showing of a Pixar movie. I think it was, you know, before the pandemic happened and Disney's insistence on shoving all their releases on Disney Plus for some reason kind of killed their profitability. And then when they're big, I do believe, honestly, like, it wasn't just the whole Disney Plus thing that tanked Pixar. It was also the fact that, like, I think they could have recovered if their big return to theaters wasn't Lightyear, of all things. That was the big mistake, was Lightyear being the big... No, that's annoying. The big return to theaters. That's like... That's gonna turn... That was just the final nail in the coffin to turn people away from Pixar. What movie or game did I love at first, but I hate now? Love at first, but I hate now. Huh. That's it. Usually people ask the reverse of like a game that I used to hate, but now I love. A game, something I used to love, but now I hate? That's a harder question to answer. That's much harder to answer, actually. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that for a little bit longer. I don't have an immediate good answer to that. Toy Story 3 video, potential release date. Potential release date, I don't like giving potential release dates anymore because anything can happen. Like, literally anything can happen. The production is so tumultuous with just life events. And then on top of that, you have copyright. There's just so many things can happen that I never like, even giving out, like, like, possibilities for when something could be released. I don't even like doing that anymore. But if I had to give a potential release date, like, so I guess I can tell you what I'm striving for. I'm hoping to have it finished by the end of the year, but I'm not promising anything. Oh. Hold on. There's a spring down there. Oh! Uh-oh, this is not gonna end well. This is so not ending well. Oh! Is that it? Are we done? Okay, we're done. Well, not yet. I need to get there first. Okay. That was nerve-wracking. Copyright is a bitch. Yeah. But the thing is, it's not even just copyright. It's like things can happen that just throw off my schedule. Life event, like September in particular, a lot of things happen in September. I got sick a lot in September. A lot of things happen behind the scenes that in my life that prevented me from getting as much work done as I would have liked to. Just a lot of things can happen. Like, even if I'm working around the clock every day that I'm not, every time I'm not committed to something else that's happening in my own personal life that demands my attention, even if I do that constantly, there's still always, like, variables you can't account for. So, yeah, there's a lot of factors. But, I mean, progress is being made. It's not like, I wouldn't say that progress is ground to a halt. I've moved slower than I would have liked to, but I am still making progress. And I'm happy. Well, I guess I can say this. I am happy with the, I'm satisfied with how much progress I have made so far. Oh, that's still, those are still hot. I'm not disappointed with I'm not disappointed in myself for how much progress I've made. I think I guess I'll leave the conversation on that note. That, like, I'm feeling good about where I am right now in terms of progress on the video. I'm still thinking about that question of movie or game that I loved at first, but now I hate. I guess Ralph Breaks the Internet? I think that's probably the best example I could think of. Because, as I've said before, the idea, the broad strokes of that story are the idea of two people who care very deeply about each other, whose lives are pulling them in two separate directions. That was apparently there were missiles coming my way. That was a very deeply personal thing that I was wrestling with at the time that I saw that movie. And so I saw that movie in theaters on opening day with FG. And we saw it during our junior year of high school when college counseling is up your ass and they're like, you gotta pick a school or else your life will be ruined. And they're just like, well, there's so much on your mind when you're of that age. One of those things being chiefly like, what happens to my friends when I move on to college and move to a different state entirely? Like, what happens to us? And so that was a big thing that I was wrestling with. And so because of that, and because the movie dealt with those ideas so explicitly, I came out of that. We both came out of that viewing very pleased overall. But once I was divorced from that mind... Okay. I guess this is going to be a thing. Once I was divorced from that mindset and things ended up working out okay between the two of us, then I saw it again and I was like, what the fuck was wrong with me? This is shit. This is like one of the worst movies that's ever been shit out onto a screen. Okay. How... Alright. See, I think... I don't have an example of a game. I have plenty of examples of games that I used to not like, but now I like. Halo Wars is a big one. Ori, both Ori games, more so Will-o'-the-Wisps. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, those are two games of the reverse. But as far as games that I loved and now I hate... actually, the SpongeBob movie game. I loved that as a kid. As a kid, I played that game constantly. Loved. God damn it. I loved that game as a kid. But then as an adult, and I revisited, I was like, oh, this isn't very good, is it? See, I guess that'd be my pick for a game that I used to love, but that I now can't stand. I'll try to think of more examples, but I think those are probably the... Alright. That was a thing. Thought on FNAF Security Breach 2.5 years later. It's still utterly terrible, but it did eventually give us Help Wanted 2. It is thanks to that game that the story ended up going in the direction that it did to give us Help Wanted 2. So, yeah. I guess I'm happy that I'm happy that it eventually resulted in giving us something good. Much like how Halo 5 eventually gave us Halo Infinite. It was really, really painful to get to that point, but it was worth it in the long haul. Oh, similar thing with Apollo Justice being terrible, but then ultimately giving us Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, which definitely would never have been made the way that they were it not for people reacting so strongly to Apollo Justice's terrible, terrible writing. And they add a mode to Security Breach called Ruins. It's not a mode, it's DLC for the game. And Ruin is better than Security Breach, but not by much. And it's a different kind of bad too. Security Breach is just broken. It's still broken even after all the patches. It's still completely broken. Oh, I got past all the... Alright. Whereas Ruin is functional for the most part. I mean, it's still cheap in a lot of areas, but it's just boring. It's just connect the dots. You walk in a straight line, you play connect the dots, and then you walk in another straight line and you play connect. It's such a boring video game. Okay, just move as fast as I... Wow, how in the... Alright. My favorite band? This question was asked last week. I don't really have... I don't, like... In the traditional sense of what you would call a band, I don't really have a favorite band. I guess I would say Green Day, because that's what I said last week, was Green Day would be my favorite quote-unquote band. But as far as musical artists are concerned, my favorite is Nate Wants to Battle. Probably always will be. There is no margin for error in dodging past those flamethrower things. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Oh, still more, huh? Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit, that was unbelievably difficult. Jesus Christ. The fucking gauntlet that was the ending of that level. Christ. Oh, wow. I am happy we got through it, but man. Man, that was a gauntlet. That was a fucking gauntlet. What do I think of Cassie and Gregory? I hated Cassie in Ruin, but Help 1 and 2 actually gave me reason to care about her, which I didn't think was... Cassie has the same problem that Ethan has in the Resident Evil games, where he just says the most obvious shit ever. It's the most worthless commentary in the world. And it just makes you want to scream. But then Help 1 and 2 added some context where it's like, oh, I actually kind of care about this character now. And in Gregory, I don't know, Gregory's not much of a character. I don't have particularly strong feelings about Gregory. I don't like him, though. I don't know. He's just there, I guess. I don't think I have enough speed. Oh. Okay, dead? Yeah, alright, don't jump. Jumping is not an option there. He sent Cassie to her death. Yeah, but I'm thinking just base game security breach. I don't want to... Ruin takes what little character is there for Gregory and just obliterates it. I refuse to acknowledge Ruin. I'm only going off of base game Gregory, and what's there in the base game is nothing. There's nothing to Gregory in the base game. By the way, I'm really happy that Into the Pit actually has endings that don't suck. Like, even when you get a bad ending, it's like, okay, that's cool. I know this isn't the true ending, and it's not, like, fully satisfying, but I'm not mad that I got this ending. I'm not mad that I wasted all this time for just nothing. Oh. Whereas Ruin, each ending is equally pointless. Again, for different reasons, but still. Oh. If I were to suggest a show to watch, what would I suggest? You've seen The Owl House and Has Been. Have you seen Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? If not, that's an obvious place to start. Defending Jacob is a really good and highly underrated miniseries. Those would be my starting places. Stranger Things is another one. I guess I can mention this. I finally started watching Succession again the other day. I mean, I still haven't gotten any further than I did because it's been so long. I just decided to rewatch the whole series. You know, all 2 episodes that I. Okay, so you can't stop moving either. All right. Thoughts on the Amazing Spider-Man films? They're both shit. I hated watching both of them. The second one was so bad that I just stopped paying attention to it after the plutonium truck scene. And FG and I just started talking about anything that wasn't the movie. And then anytime we started paying attention to the movie again, we realized how much of a massive mistake that was. And we turned our attention elsewhere. Because every time we started thinking about the plot, we're like, oh, this is why we're not thinking about the plot, because it's stupid. And terrible. And completely incompetent. Oh, alright. The truck scene is the second one. Yes, I know. That's the idea. Oh my god. You have not seen Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? Well, then that is where you start. Start with Breaking Bad. That's, like, the greatest show that has ever been and ever will be made. And then after Breaking Bad, after you come away loving that show and crying your eyes out over its beautiful ending, then watch Better Call Saul. Do not watch Better Call Saul before Breaking Bad. Just under no... It may be a... it may be a prequel, but it's not a prequel that's designed to be... Well, like, you don't get anything... There's nothing... What little value you might gain by watching Better Call Saul before Breaking Bad is heavily, heavily outweighed. Man, you really just can't let up. Oh, come on. Heavily outweighed by the fact that, like, Breaking Bad is designed... It was made first, so it's designed to be watched first. Also, the final, I think, 4 episodes of Better Call Saul take place after Breaking Bad and will spoil major events from that show. So, yeah, just don't do that. I almost made that mistake. I almost, because it all started when I said that I didn't want to watch Breaking Bad, but I might watch Better Call Saul because it's a legal drama. And then it was quickly pointed out to me that's a horrendous idea. If you're gonna watch those shows, you need to watch it in the order of Breaking Bad and then Better Call Saul. Never do the reverse. Oh, also Suits. I don't know why that wasn't the first thing I said. Suits is a phenomenal show. Season 8 sucks. Season 8's eh. Season 9 starts out eh, but it gets really good by the end and it has a solid ending, so it's worth it. Suits is a fantastic show. That's another one that I would strongly recommend. Thoughts on Succession rewatch. Same as they were the first time. Really good. I'm still not, like, fully hooked yet. And I don't think you were. I think you told me that it was, like, what, episode 4 or 6? There was an episode in season 1 where you said once you reach that point, then it's over. Your investment it cannot be broken. But I have not, I've only seen the first 2 episodes, and I am not at that point yet. But I do like what I've seen a lot. Acting is really good. I like how lightning fast the pace is. The only thing I'm not too big on is I feel like the level of profanity that they use is kind of superfluous. And, like, that's kind of from someone who, like, I don't have a problem with people using profanity in shows, obviously. But, like, it's kind of like in my Danganronpa 3 series when I'm just constantly firing off a lot of swear words. When you do it, like, too much, it loses its impact. So, I think it's important to choose your battles carefully with that kind of thing. And I do think Succession might go a little overboard with it sometimes. But other than that, love the performances, love the tight writing, the electric pace. Succession is real, and also there's a lot of, like, I'm seeing a lot of connections between, like, okay, I see this here, this here, this here, this could become that later, this could become that later, I can see how you can draw a line between these 2 characters. There's a lot of potential for where the show can go, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it develops. Also, this level is going to suck, and I'm going to want to kill myself. I can already tell you this level is going to be terrible. This is not going to end well for me. This is going to be a miserable experience. Oh, where do I go now? Up here? Alright, sure. Oh, whoa. Whoa! Yeah, yep. Have I seen Slip and Jimmy? No, and you can't pay me to watch that show. There is no way in hell I will ever watch Slip and Jimmy. I've already seen just the few clips that I've been subjected to is already more than enough. And by which I mean too much. No one should ever have to see the things I have seen in Slip and Jimmy. Okay, let's just sit here. We don't need to constantly jump. Don't need to constantly be on the move. Whoa! Wow. I told you this was gonna be pain. I do like the sound effect of Astro clanging against the blue tile. It's a very, very satisfying sound effect. I don't know why I felt the need to do that. There's no reason to be that risky. But shiny coin be shiny, and I wanted shiny coin. Alright, never mind, that was not that bad. That That was way easier than I thought it was gonna be. I massively overblew the difficulty of that one. Do I think Hazbin Hotel is excessive swearing? No. I do not. You'd recommend the DuckTales reboot? That's on the list. That is on the list of things that I want to watch. I actually started watching it a couple months ago. I don't remember exactly when I started watching it. It might have been last year sometime. I started watching it and I just never continued it, but I do want to. People have recommended that show in droves. So I do want to return to it. That, and also the Tangled show. I don't know why it's taken me this long to watch the Tangled show. Like, I love Tangled. It's one of my favorite movies. I don't know if it would still be in the top 20. In fact, I think it definitely wouldn't be in the top 20. But it's like, I love the story of Tangled. I absolutely love that story. So the fact that it's taken me this long to watch the show, I honestly don't know why I haven't seen it yet. But I haven't, so I really want to watch it. And then I might also check out Ghost and Molly McGee. Maybe Moon Girl, Devil Dinosaur. Although, with the current state of Disney TVA, with their utter just lack of a desire to invest in their shows and how poorly they get treated, I don't really know that I want to risk committing myself to another show that doesn't already have its finale out, where its fate isn't. Because I already tried that with Haley's On It. And Haley's On It Season 1 ends on one of the worst cliffhangers ever, possibly. And I do wonder if it was a calculated gamble to try to get a Season 2, or what. But it was, not... No, I have many issues with the way Disney TVA is being run right now. For there's a lot of things I've learned about how that company works that I'm not pleased with. But yeah, DuckTales 2017, I will definitely, although I've seen some people aren't too happy with how it ended, like the actual ending of the show, or like the final few episodes. I've heard some dissension in the ranks as to whether they're satisfying or not. But I think generally speaking, the show is pretty unanimously well received overall. What happens in the cliffhanger? Mute the stream for like 5 seconds, or maybe 15 seconds to be safe if you don't want to hear me spoil the ending of Haley's On It. So, the whole premise of the show is that Haley, one of the things on Haley's list that she needs to do is confess that she's in love, or she has a crush on Scott DeNova, her best friend, and then at the end of the show, Haley gets with another boy right when Scott finds out that she has a crush on him. And I have so many problems with all the mechanics of that and how that all happens and why that all happens. But that's a different conversation for a different day. Just strictly answering the question of what happens in the cliffhanger. And there's a lot more context to it again that I don't want to get into because I'll be here all day. But it was a very annoying final episode to watch. I'll just say that much. Very, very annoying final episode to watch. Oh no. Alright, let's try that again, shall we? Ah, ha, 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 ha. Had a mini. That's Yakuza, right? That looks like the Yakuza. I've seen that shirt before. Isn't that Yakuza? Yakuza. Okay, yeah. I've seen enough cover art of that to at least be able to recognize the shirt. Why do I think they decided to make an Ariel show on Disney Junior? Capitalize off of the remake? Haley's on It was removed because it was not popular with the general public in order to save money. Yeah, but, like, that's the problem, is that shows aren't given a chance. And this isn't strictly a Disney TVA issue either. It just shows in general are not given the chance to build an audience. I mentioned this last week, but Breaking Bad wasn't popular when it came out. I mean, it was well received critically. It got good reviews. It just, no one was watching it. It wasn't until a few seasons in, and then when it got put on Netflix that it really got that push. And got put in front of a wider audience of people. So, like, just imagine a world where Breaking Bad aired today and was canceled after season 1. Just because it didn't immediately break television and streaming records. That's essentially the world we're in. Seinfeld again. I went through all this last week. I was like, I keep thinking that there's gonna be more hidden levels here. Like the other worlds we always had that access to that portal to the Lost World or whatever that unlocked all the four bonus levels. And oh yeah, it's an attitude in television that needs to die. Shows need to be allowed to find their audiences. And recently, a lot of shows have not been allowed to find their audiences. Am I saying Haley was on it until they fell off? I'm saying Haley was on Disney Plus, and now it's not. Haley's on it is no longer on Disney Plus. It's not on it anymore. Changing room is open. The only thing left is to find is the perfect outfit. Okay. There's a Ratchet costume I can get. I keep being told. Let's go. Changing room. There we go. I did it. I am Ratchet. I am the Ratch of the It. Sorry again, for what? No sin has been committed here. Oh, wait, I forgot to listen to the song. There's a song that we can get, that I can actually hear now. Sing for me! That's cute. I mean, it's nothing particularly complex. It's just them saying the names of the hardware components, but it's cute. You were in a down mood earlier, but the stream helped a lot. I'm happy I was able to help you out a little bit. If someone leaves one of my streams in a better mood than they arrived in, that's a success as far as I'm concerned. Gambling. No, 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 no. We must save it for the end. We're not done streaming yet. No, no, no. We must save the best for last. Thoughts on Suicide Squad Kill of Justice League? I've heard the game is fucking terrible, and I don't want to play it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick break to go run to the bathroom and eat some lunch, because it's 2 p.m. my time. So I'm gonna eat lunch super quick, and then I will be back, and then we will mop up some of the bots. We'll mop up any bots that we can to try to go fight the boss of World 4. And then we'll fight the boss, we'll clean up any other miscellaneous stuff that we can do pretty easily, and then we'll probably call it there for the day. So, yeah. I will see you guys in just a few minutes, I'd say. get back. Can't wait for me to return and read. Oh dear God, what are we doing now? You know, I'm just gonna ignore it. We're just gonna move right along as if none of that happened. A presidential debate between the Space Rangers would go kind of hard. You know, actually, I'm not even gonna touch it. There's a lot I could say about that. We're just gonna leave it right there. We're just gonna leave it right there. Okay. Now, the question is, where to go next? You dare me to stream Garden of Banban? No. I decline your dare. Want some recommendations? Sure. Sure thing. I'm open to pretty much anything, any direction. Have I ever thought about doing a remake of my top 20 favorite games list? Yeah, I've thought about doing a remake of that and the best movies list, but there's other projects that are taking priority for me right now. Maybe someday in the future. World 3 Wild Robot Stage. Okie dokie. Don't stream Garden of Shit. Don't worry, I won't. The thing about doing those lists is they will continue to be updated every month. Yeah, that's the problem, is that like I'm always watching new things, I'm always playing new things. So there's no way to ever, I mean, obviously the only thing I can do there is just say like, hey, this is my favorites as of this month, as of October 2024 or whatever. These are my favorites. They will probably change tomorrow. But especially because I'm trying to watch a movie every day now. And I intend to maintain that. Even though tonight I'm watching The Lion King 1.5, which is a movie I've already seen. That's kind of, there's other reasons why I'm rewatching the Lion King movies. Beyond just wanting to watch them again. But I do want to maintain that streak of trying to watch something new every single day. And if I do that, statistically, it's unlikely that the list is not going to change again and again and again. So, yeah, there's no way to ever have like one true definitive. I think the top 3, I think, will probably always be Toy Story 3, Aladdin, and Back to the Future. And then for games, the top 5 will probably always be Dragon's Lair 3D, Battle for Bikini Bottom, Halo 3, Trials and Tribulations, and Cuphead. I'm gonna say it's unlikely that those will change anytime soon, but the rest of it is all fair game. Oh, don't free Wild Robot? Look back? Okay, look back. Is it... Oh, wait, hey. Oh. Well, I need 200... Does that say coins or bots? Is that just coins? Hey, buddy. What's up, Doc? What are you homing in on? Oh, I need... Oh, hold on. Can that guy respawn? Yeah, I think I needed you to zap some things for me, buddy. Hey, come over here, pal. 1, 2, 3, zap. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again! Thanks. In fact, because you were so kind to me, I won't kill you. I will leave you alive. Just because you were so nice to me. Or it's because you were so helpful, rather. Not nice to me, you tried to zap me. But you were helpful. That's what counts. Imagine watching a movie every day. Yeah, imagine doing that. Imagine going on some fucking insane okay. I was, I was searching the Discord server yesterday to find the original time when I posted, well, like, when my initial post after I watched Joker for the first time, so I posted the Joker IMDb link, and I saw your link, so I jumped back to it to see what you had to say about it. Turns out you didn't, because it was one of 5 million IMDb links that you posted all in a row, because of some massive marathon you went on. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Very in character for you. I'm going to watch Mufasa the Lion King? No. No, no, no. So as to not leave any ambiguity, I am not going to watch Mufasa the Lion King. That's not happening. I am not reneging on what I said in the D23 video. I will never, ever watch, unless my life or the life of someone I love depends on it, I will never fucking watch that movie. You can't make me. I won't do it. There are other reasons why I'm rewatching the Lion King movies. Hey, buddy. That have nothing to do with Mufasa. I understand the timing is unfortunate, but it is, and you'll have to take my word for it, it is entirely unrelated. The Binding of Isaac, Cuphead, and Galaxy 2 will probably always be your top 3. I've only played 2 of those, haven't played Binding of Isaac. Heard good things, though. Heard very good things about the Binding of Isaac. Oh. Can I just free you? How would one free Mr. Robot Man? Oh, can I? Aha! I can blind the tree. You really hope Sonic 3 beats Mufasa in the box office? Think of all the meme potential. Oh, you know someone's gonna replace Scar with Shadow in that scene. Especially because, like, I feel like the voice of Shadow already lends itself to that. Just like an edgy version of "Long live the king." More platforms over here. Ah, had a feeling. So that was probably where the one I missed in that one level was. I probably needed to throw a light at that monkey head that I stared at. And I just didn't. Which means the other one's probably down there, if I can get to it. Ah! Alright, cool. Fine. Oh, I approve of your treachery just this once. Because it didn't get me killed. Your deception will go unpunished today. Oh. I kind of accidentally threw that together. Oh no, not more than one. Not more than one at once. Alright, I better get a bot. Oh, wait, was that not? Oh no, is this just? Oh, I probably missed something. I can never actually tell, like, what's the way to the rest of the level versus what's where all the bonus stuff is. I always guess wrong. I always miss something. I thought I saw another area back in that big room where all the invisible platforms were. Where there was something hidden behind a grate. Or behind bars or whatever. That's fine. Alright, step 1, hit that. That's definitely a thing. Who are you? You are something oh wait, I didn't miss okay, I probably missed a puzzle piece then. If I didn't miss a bot, I probably missed a puzzle piece. Because I'm pretty sure I saw something hiding back there. Can I hit the tree like I hit the other tree? If I can hit, well, first let me hit the damn that's not who I wanted to hit with that. I wanted to hit, oh, no tree? No tree. No tree. Oh. Nope. So, okay, maybe I didn't miss anything then. It felt like I missed something in that other room. But there's no puzzle pieces missing and there's no bots missing. So far, anyway. Cool. Oh, no. Hey, stop doing that! Why are you so annoying? Alright, fine. Be like that. I'll just cut off your very predictable jumping pattern. Oh! Okay. Boss? Oh, what are we doing? Oh. This is a Wii Party minigame. I've played this Wii Party minigame. You just flash the light at the things. This is literally a Wii Party minigame. I probably shouldn't have said that because that's just going to give more ammunition to Nintendo fanboys. They're like, oh my god, they copied us. But like, this is a minigame in Wii Party. Okay. That was cool. So is that 100%? Did we get everything in this level? Oh, no, we missed a puzzle piece, right? I think we only got one puzzle. Oh, no, wait, did we get two? I'm not sure. I think we at least got all the bots. Which, that's what we really need is bots. Puzzle pieces or whatever. The main priority here is to get ourselves some bots. Yeah, we missed a puzzle piece. That's fine. That's okay. We don't need to get ourselves. We're not dying for more puzzle pieces. Alright, let's see what I missed. You have a solution about the favorite game list issue. There's a website named Backlog that basically a video equivalent of Letterboxd. Oh, I mean, well, like, yeah, obviously there's other places that you could make a list that will always be updated. But I mean, as far as videos are concerned, there's no way around that issue. Also, I don't. This is a more petty reason, but there is always a case where it's like if you're really that curious about what the list looks like, you can always just check the list rather than watching the video. And I kind of want people to watch the video, so I don't know. It's a tricky thing. Next is World 1 ice cream has to do with the pig. Okay, World 1 ice cream. Ice cream! SpongeBob! Make mine a chocolate! Okay. Okay, so don't use this thing this time. Because I guess this is a... I thought that was something that was specific to that level that you needed to do to unlock the next thing. I guess it's just an automatic bot detector that you can buy if you're stuck and need help. But now I know. Now I know I don't need to waste my coins on that. Oh. Do I think Galaxy 2 will ever finally be brought back? I'm starting to think the answer is no, honestly. I'm starting to think the answer to that question is a solid no. I met someone at MomoCon. I won't say who, because I don't know if they want this publicized. But there's someone I met at MomoCon who doesn't want Galaxy 2 to be brought to the Switch because they don't think it would work with the whole, like, due to the lack of a Wii remote and having to use, like, having to use having to be able to point at the screen for things like Yoshi's flinging across all the hooks and that stuff. There are some people who just genuinely don't want the game to come to to switch. Okay. Let's see where else I can throw this thing. Can I throw it over there? I can. What did that yield me? Anything useful? It looks like there's something. I'm feeling secret exit. Secret exit indeed. Is Disney removing any LGBT stuff like Inside Out 2 and the removal of Haley Zonda because the main voice actress is bisexual? Oh, I don't know if I'd... Okay. I mean, look, Disney sucks, and they have made it abundantly clear that they have no interest in honestly representing LGBTQ stuff. In fact, they've said the exact opposite in regards to things like Lightyear and Inside Out 2. But I don't think the reason... Like, if we wanted to go by that logic, then they wouldn't have made Moana 2. Because the lead voice actress in Haley Zonda is also the voice of Moana. Like, I don't think that's the reason. I think it's just symptomatic of the current state of TV culture where shows aren't allowed to... And I don't think Haley Zonda is a particularly great show. It's very inconsistent in terms of quality. It meanders a lot. The jokes are so hit or miss. It's like, sometimes I would be doubling over laughing from how funny the jokes were, and sometimes I was just left, like, cringing at the screen because of how badly they were missing the mark with the humor. It was such an frustratingly inconsistent show. Because you know they were capable of doing really great things, they just never actually did them. Or, sorry, they often didn't actually do them. But, like, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed the chance to... Because it wasn't some irredeemable mess. There's potential, there were good things that they could be fixed in Season 2. Not every show knocks it out of the ballpark on the first try. I'm not big on Seinfeld Season 1. For the most part. And while I have warmed up to Breaking Bad Season 1, now that I've seen the full show and have the full context for everything, I still don't think it's like it certainly doesn't live up to the rest of the show, and it does have some things I would still take issue with. It's like Season 1 is where a show finds their footing. It's where the team learns to work together. It's where they find the voice of, like, Dana Terrace has said, she doesn't think that the Owl House really found its voice, and they figured out the tone of everything until Season 2. So cutting shows off at the knees, so many shows getting cut off at the knees so early is just doesn't help anyone. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. How long did it take me to beat Cuphead for the first time? I can give you exact statistics on that because the Xbox timestamps all your achievements. So all we have to do is go check my achievements, and then and then at that point it will become quite clear how long it was between the first time I booted it up and between the time that I finished it. However, I don't think that'll be like an exact metric because I played it while I was in school, and I only had so much time to play games while the school year was happening, so it was just like however much time after school I was able to dedicate to it, and however much time on the weekends wasn't spent hanging out with people like Brooks or FG or doing other school-related activities. So I can get, the best I can give you is like the amount of time that passed between the first boss and the last boss, but I like how many hours were sunk into it, that I can't give you an exact estimate on. If I were to give a rough estimate, I think, from memory, I know I started playing the game in January of 2018, but then I think I took a break, came back to it sometime mid-February, and then finished it in March of 2018. I think that it's somewhere around, the timeline is something like that, but I'm not completely sold, I'm not 100% certain of that. Oh, not you again. I hate this guy. This guy sucks. His stupid jumpy jumps. Season 2, Episode 2 kind of feels like the true Season 1 finale for Breaking Bad. Well, I mean, okay, so that the other thing with Season 1 for Breaking Bad specifically is that it's incomplete. Like, it was cut off because of the writer's strike, so they didn't actually have time to to actually finish Season 1 the way they originally wanted to, which was for the better, because Vince Gilligan has said, like, if he actually went the way that the show was originally supposed to go, they would have had a lot of payoffs really early on. They would have gone down some roads I think wouldn't have helped the show. And the infamous story is that Jesse Pinkman would have been killed off in, like, in Season 1. Which, can you even fucking imagine the horrendous error in judgment that would have been if they axed Jesse in the first season? All the free drama and comedy and relationship dynamics that you're just throwing away. I don't want to know what that timeline would have looked like. Like, Walt and Jesse is, like, the cornerstone of that show. They make that show work. They are, I mean, there's a lot of really interesting dynamics in that show, but their relationship is the heart, and the beating heart and soul of that story. Cuphead's the most visually impressive game you've played. The most visually impressive game I've played, I think, is Ori and the Will of the Wisps. That's probably my pick for the most gorgeous game I've ever played. Alright, 10 more bots to go. And then we can get ourselves into the boss. World 2, Mouse, Hint, Bubbles. Bubbles? Bubbles. World 2 Mouse. I'm guessing it's the one down here because it's cheese. Downside surprise, yeah. Ignore you. The music in this level sounds like... And maybe this is by design because it's a mouse level. It kind of reminds me of, like, classic Mickey Mouse cartoon music. Anyone else get that impression, or is it just me? I feel like I definitely get Mickey Mouse vibes from this. Anyway, where's the mouse thing? It's in here. Yeah, it's in here. Oh. I'm just looking at how many coins we have and thinking of how much gambling we can do when we're done here. Think of all the gambling. I'm salivating just thinking about it. I'm also getting electrified just thinking about it. But that's fine. Hi. No. No friend. He's just dancing. He's just having a little dance. That's fine. We can leave him do his dancey things. Astro Bot is better than Ant-Man. I mean, yeah, this is... Comparing this to... Astro Bot clears all 3 Ant-Man movies. Which, like, I don't dislike the first 2. The first 2 Ant-Man movies are solid. They're nothing special, but they're solid. They're solid movies. But this game is far more than just solid. This game is amazing. Genuinely one of the best platformers I've ever played. Alright, let's go ahead and sneak under here. Oh. Got a bonus spot. I didn't even intend to get any bonus spots today. I'm just looking for a secret exit, but sure. I'll take a bonus spot. Why not? Alright, I'm trying to remember where bubbles are in this level. I haven't seen anything so far, but keeping my eyes peeled. Shoot. How do I... Oh, wait, can I break this with my... Yes, I can. Oh. Froggy. Aha! Bubbles. Okay. I'm guessing I can't ride this unless I'm... Oh, that is a very visually satisfying effect there. Of the... Oh! Well, I just blew that. Of the bubble sinking underneath the weight of mini Astro Bot. Mini-bot. Get in there and booshki. Get it? I blew that. Ah! Ha. Ha. Funny. Funny, funny, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I'm assuming there's also a secret exit up here in addition to there being the bot. Don't. Duh. This, I should be safe here. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. Okay, I gotta jump before it pops. Jump now. You saw in Letterboxd that Multiverse of Madness is ranked dead last on my 2022 list. Is that true or is that an error? That is not an error. Multiverse... You need to understand how truly mind-bogglingly abysmal Multiverse of Madness is. It's like... When you are dealing with multiverse... Because Lightyear deals with time travel, and it fails, but Multiverse of Madness deals with multiversal rules and parallel dimensions. In addition to just being broken on the most basic fundamental levels. So yeah, Multiverse of Madness, I would say, is easily the worst of 2022. Some people think that it's the worst MCU movie overall. I would say that it's Quantumania, but I understand why people say Multiverse of Madness is by far the worst MCU movie. Even though, again, I would still say Quantumania is worse. Because at least Multiverse of Madness has Sam Raimi's directorial input. So, like, it has a lot of really stylistic shots. And it feels like it has more of a vision behind it. It feels like Sam Raimi was just hampered by a terrible script. Whereas Quantumania... I know it's really insulting to say this, but I really believe that Quantumania is just an affront to the concept of art itself. It does not feel to me like that was someone's vision. It feels like that was just corporate-made sludge churned out by committee. I mean, I feel like, isn't that just confirmed that's how a lot of MCU stuff is? That they do previs for how a lot of the action scenes and stuff years in advance, and a director's actual input is not always, but sometimes very minimal. For these productions. Thor Love and Thunder is much worse. Thor Love and Thunder is also a contender. We don't want to forget, Thor Love and Thunder does indeed suck balls, but Thor Love and Thunder also doesn't break the multiverse to do it. It's still very bad, though. Still a very, 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 very bad movie. Did the MCU do anything right in 2022? I heard people say Black Panther 2 was good. Wakanda Forever. What else was... Oh, God. 2022 was She-Hulk. 2022 was the year of She-Hulk. It was Multiverse of Madness, She-Hulk, Thor Love and Thunder. Did they have... I guess Werewolf by Night was 2022, right? I think people said that was good. That was Michael Giacchino getting to do his thing. So I imagine that... I can believe more easily that was of quality. What do I think of Multiverse of Madness? Like I said, I think it's the worst movie of 2022. And it's one of the worst MC. I don't know if I'd say it's the... I do not think it's the worst, but it's like... It's in competition for the worst, and I can very easily understand why someone would think it's the worst. Alright, is it Cloud Mario time? What is this? Oh, no, it's the dasher, okay. Does something happen when I dash into these little white cubes? Guess we'll never find out. Has my opinion on Quantumania changed now that Kang is gone? No. It has not. Let me try one more time to hit this little cube. Or maybe not. I probably don't need... I can probably make it there without the cube, but I just want to know if... Like, it kind of feels like something might happen if I charge into that, but... Oh well, let's just charge over here. Ah! What's it? How have I seen Loki Season 2? No, I have not. I know how it ends, though, and it feels like they just took a page out of Ori and the Will of the Wisp, from what I know. From what I know of its ending, it feels like they took a page out of Ori and the Will of the Wisps. But Season 1 was so god-awful that I'm like, nope, I can't. I refuse to engage with any more of the show. Why would I watch this show knowing when I hated Season 1? And from what I can tell, it seems like they haven't really improved. In fact, they might have actually doubled down on some of the things that Season 1 did poorly. What's my least watched Pixar film? Least watched Pixar film... I think Luca? Probably Luca. I need to sit and think about that a lot more. But like even, or maybe, maybe The Good Dinosaur actually. It might be The Good Dinosaur. It's either The Good Dinosaur, because Elemental I've seen twice. Inside Out 2 I've seen twice. I don't know. I mean, I think I've only seen Luca twice as well, and also The Good. There's a lot of ones that would fall into the category like least watched Pixar movie. But I think Inside Out 2, I'm sort of not counting that just because I've seen it 2 times, and it's only come out this year, so I know that it's going to, like, the amount of times I watch that movie will increase more as the years go on. Whereas The Good Dinosaur, I don't need to ever see that again. And Luca, I like Luca, but I don't, like, love it enough to rewatch it again and again. So I think I'm gonna go with The Good Dinosaur. I feel like that's a good answer for least watched Pixar movie. Okay, let's not get crushed this time. Is the MCU even worth giving a chance in the slightest? I do think if you start with Iron Man 1 and then you stop at Endgame, then I think for all of the MCU's many faults, I think you do get an overall cohesive, satisfying experience. As long as you don't think about Endgame for more than 10 seconds. What movie have I watched too many times? Toy Story 4. I've watched that movie way more times than any human should ever have to. Alright, we're 3 away. Just 3 short bots away from going to fight the boss. How many times did I watch Toy Story 4? Oh, I think I actually took note of that at some point. Let me see if I still have the note on my phone. I think I tried to calculate how many times I had seen Toy Story 4. I might not have the note anymore. But I'm going to check to see if I can find it. Because I did try to calculate it. Let's see. No, I don't think I... Yeah, I don't think I have it anymore. I don't know. It's, So, okay. So I saw it for the first time in summer of 2019. I saw it again with my family because they wanted to see it. I think I saw it a third time when it was just on TV in the background somewhere, in a hotel or whatever. I saw it a fourth time when I rewatched it for the sake of my my series, and then a fifth time when I rewatched it with the director's commentary. I rewatched it a sixth time when I binged all the Pixar movies in December of 2022 when I was making preparation. I was doing a preliminary. The idea behind, I guess I'll let you in on this little secret. The idea behind doing that Pixar marathon was because I was hoping to make a Pixar ranking video sometime in early 2023. That didn't end up happening, but I still have all the notes for a Pixar ranking, so that's at least that much is done for when I inevitably make that Pixar ranking video. So I unfortunately had to watch Toy Story 4. I mean, I didn't have to, but I figured I may as well. Maybe I would have something else to say that I didn't before. And then it's just, even aside from just the times in which I'd seen it, there's just having to look at it again and again and again while editing the Toy Story 4 series. I feel like that alone means I've seen it way too much. I've seen every frame of that film way too many goddamn times. Sponge World 3 Chimney. Have I seen Dial of Destiny since the initial time? Yes, I've seen it once. I watched it with friends. And it was a more enjoyable experience until the third act. The third act, once you reach the third act, it no longer becomes an enjoyable experience. Because that's when Indy is just completely destroyed. And the whole time travel shit. Only fully seen Toy Story 4 one time. You did try, though. You did make an effort to try to watch it again. And, you didn't, mission failed. We'll get him next time. I mean, again, not that I can blame you. I don't blame anyone for not finishing that terrible film. I feel like he looks like a gingerbread cracker. Or, sorry, a gingerbread cookie here. I said originally he looked like a piece of toast or something, but I get the... Doesn't he kind of look like a gingerbread man? Just his general proportions. I don't know. That's the vibe I get, anyway. That's the vibe I'm getting from him. Okay. What's the moment during Dial of Destiny when I declared it worse than Crystal Skull? It probably was that third act. like, when the third act happened and we just completely flew off the rails and we went back in time, and then Indy made his final choice, it was like, oh, this is irredeemable. This is, it much like Toy Story 4, it was a, I can't believe this is happening moment. Like, I genuinely just could not believe that they were actually taking the character to that point. I was utterly dumbfounded, in fact, that they were actually willing to have him be like, no, I'm gonna just stay here and fucking die. You watched my Toy Story 4 video, made the decision to never watch it for yourself. Yeah. I mean, the intent of the series was more so to appeal to people who had seen it and similarly felt the way that I did. Well, let's see, one of two. It was both people who already seen it and who felt the way I did and were looking for a way to sort of vent their frustrations and like seek a sense of validation in their feelings on the film. And then the other side of it was hoping that to speak to people who had seen it and also thought it was great, and to be like, hey, you know, there's like a million problems here, right? And obviously for some people that's not going to work, but there are other people I've seen who's like, oh yeah, I liked it, but then I watched your video and was like, oh yeah, this is kind of shit, actually. So yeah, I never really intended for my series to be seen by, well, not be seen by, because some people just like watching people rant about anything, even if they don't know the context. Because that's one thing I believe pretty strongly, is that even if you know absolutely nothing about the subject matter in question, if someone sounds passionate, like if someone has the passion to talk about a given subject matter, it doesn't really matter if you care about what it is they're talking about or not. Just the sheer conviction in their voice, at least for me, is enough for me to care and for me to want to listen. Like, for instance, Neil is very passionate about cars. Like, that's one of his main passions in life. Is he values his car very highly. He puts a lot of time into taking care of his car. And that's one of the things he values most. He actually, like, he drives professionally, like in races and all that kind of stuff. So that's why he loved the Gran Turismo movie as much as he did, because that's completely his domain. But I don't know the first thing about, like, I know how an automobile works, I know how it functions, but as far as like getting passionate about different car brands and what's the best car of everything, that's never been my thing. But it never mattered, because like when I got my car, the first thing he wanted to see, obviously, like he said, all right, well now I gotta see your car. I gotta see what the deal is. It kind of felt like Judgment Day, when like in Survivor, Jeff Probst is coming to investigate the puzzle you've made to decide whether to determine whether or not you get sent to tribal council or not. There's a chimney right there. Can I? Okay. Can I make that? Hold on. Can I? Well, all right, let's just test, see if I can make this jump. Okay, I can't make it as normal Astro. Can I make it? I might be able to make it as big Astro though. Yeah, it was kind of intimidating, but like he knows his stuff, and he was talking to me about like all the way okay, you can do this as big Astro, cool. The way that the car works and all the different components of it, and he was talking a lot about how he was deciding what car he wanted his sister to get, because he wanted her to have something that was functional and would do well on the road, but it was also like safe. Just so that, because obviously his sister was still in high school, so why did I do that? Sister's still in high school, and it's her first time driving, so he wants her to be. He wants her to have a car that's easy to handle and also performs well. So it's like, I don't know anything about any of that. It's never. I don't know the first thing about it. But it doesn't matter, because he cares so much about it that just listening to him talk about cars is like, that's all that matters. For me to care about what he's saying, the fact that he cares, and I can tell he cares, excuse me, sorry, is the thing that matters most. You hope I go into the rest of the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies with an open mind. There's a decent amount of people who like the last 2. Really? Well, okay. On Stranger Tides, yes. I've had people tell me that the 4th movie is actually pretty okay. It's just not as good as the first 3. But the 5th one, I have not met a single person who has said anything other than, yeah, it's shit. Please never watch it. Also, what do we do? What are we doing here? Hey, 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 hey. Can we cool it, maybe? What's the deal, friends? What a whoop! What a lovely welcome wagon this has been rolled out for me. Snip, snap. Their mouth's gonna close. I'm gonna say probably yes. Let's say they probably would have closed if I had stayed there any longer. Alright, that's 1. We only need 2 more. We only need 2 more bots, and then we can go fight the boss. Is that one over there? I think I see a puzzle piece back here. Yep, puzzle piece. How would I rank the 3 Toy Story tunes? Hawaiian Vacation. Small Fry and Partysaurus Rex kind of trade punches with each other, I think. Because they, Small Fry, I think a lot of Small Fry is dedicated to showing off all the new toys that Buzz meets in the therapy session. I think I give the slight edge to Partysaurus Rex. Just because it's focused, it gives Rex his own story, and Rex obviously isn't really a main Toy Story. I mean, he's a mainstay Toy Story character, but he's not a main Toy Story character. So I like that he gets his own little story. So I think I'm gonna give the slight edge to Partysaurus Rex. But Hawaiian Vacation is the clear best of those 3. Have I heard about the recent Disney lawsuit? Are you referring to the thing where the guy's partner had an allergic reaction at Raglan Road, and then Disney was like, you can't sue us because you signed up for Disney Plus, and technically speaking, if you read the fine print, you can't ever sue us for anything. If that's what you're referring to, then yes. And I think Disney ultimately reneged on that because they understood how inanely stupid it was for them to die on that hill. Because, like, even the financial damages they would sustain, which would be fucking nothing to a company like Disney, is far lesser than the PR nightmare that would ensue by actually trying to fight that out. I can't believe they ever thought that was a good idea. Blows my mind. That's the moment where you're just like, oh, Disney's just evil. Disney's just patently evil. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. But if you're talking about something else, you'll have to enlighten me, because that's the only Disney lawsuit that I know of off the top of my head. Alright, that's 3, right? That's 3. That is all 3 we need. We'll keep trying to find more, of course, but that's all we need. Oh, wait, there's a new one? Oh, if there's another lawsuit, I don't know anything about it. You'll have to bring me up to speed. I thought they were talking about the Raglan Road thing. If there's a new one, you'll need to give me a crash course on it. Because I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's the duck. The duck's back. And there I go. Have you ever seen Blue Eye Samurai? No. Oh, good. The mountain's back at it again. Reminds me of the lava mountain from the lava short that aired before Inside Out. There's 4. 1 more to go. Can we find him? I feel like all these bots have been pretty easy to find, so hopefully we don't miss him. It would make me very, very sad if we missed him after having come all this way. I think, is he over there? I'm thinking he's over here. Yep, there he is. There he is. We did it. We got all 5 bots. I think I won 100% this game. Maybe not on stream, but I definitely won 100% this game. This is just legit one of the best platformers I've ever played. I love this. I think I said this last time, but much like It Takes Two, and the reason why I love that game so much, it's just, oh my god, that's a big duck. That's a big boy. That is a big ducky. Oh, good. Sunshine, happiness. Much like It Takes Two, it's just every level is an unbridled burst of creativity. Each level surprises me in so many new and fascinating ways. Also, my throat is starting to die. So, we're definitely gonna need to wind down the stream shortly after we fight the boss. You know, to make sure my car was up to his standards. It kind of felt that way. It did kind of feel that way. I think I'll play the Toy Story 2 PS1 game. Maybe I'll revisit it one day, because I only ever played it once as a kid, and I got motion sick pretty quickly when I played the PC version, which I'm pretty sure is the same game, just on a different platform. So, maybe. I don't really have any desire to do so, but I probably should, just because, you know, Toy Story, I feel like it'd be a missed opportunity not to. Has my opinion on Free Guy changed in the slightest? No, I still have no respect for how that movie has no respect for video games or video game development, so I in turn have no respect for it. And it doesn't really help that I can't stand Ryan Reynolds as an actor. I'm sure he's a nice guy. He seems like a nice guy from interviews and stuff, but as an actor, I can't stand him, which might be one of the most unpopular things you can say about an actor, or specifically about him, I guess I should say. But I don't. I've never liked Ryan Reynolds, and the fact that he is supposed to be playing Dirk in Netflix's Dragon Slayer live-action shitfest it's just the cherry on top. That's the biggest insult to injury you could possibly conjure up. Oh, wow. You think I'll have a better time watching Pirates 5 than Indies 4 and 5? Dial of Destiny, probably, because I don't have much of an emotional attachment to Pirates, whereas I definitely do have one to Indiana Jones, so Dial of Destiny is naturally a very frustrating experience. But Crystal Skull, especially after having seen Dial of Destiny, I'm not quite as put off by Crystal Skull as I used to be. I still can't say I like it, but it's not as miserable of a viewing experience. Oh, it's the friend! It's my friend from the first game. Maybe if you were this big in the first game, I would have had a much easier time finding you. Instead, oh god. I bent my neck backwards, trying to find you in every single level. And I barely found any of you. I'm guessing I need to get inside his mouth and tug on his uvula. Or just punch it. That works too. That's painful. That's pain. That seems like needlessly cruel to do that to him. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh wait, I have to reach him, don't I? Yeah, I have to get over to his platform. Looks like they're giving me more time in this level than I did on the last level I had a timer for. The time limit seems a lot more forgiving. Oh, the floor breaks when they the floor breaks when those things hit the ground. That's not cool. That was a really bad place to, okay, I, might be screwed. there's a decent chance we're screwed. I don't know if I have enough room left to do things on this. Oh shit! I thought I could make it without freezing time. Okay, please move to a new platform after this. I think this one's dead to me. This one seems kind of dead to me. Okay, good, he's moving. And stop. Uh-oh, break here. Another round. Alright, final round. At least this platform looks like it can't break. This looks much more... Or maybe actually it can. Maybe actually it very much... Oh, shit. Yep, yeah, yep. I wasted a time thing. Okay. My throat is killing me. What Toy Story special do I prefer? Toy Story of Terror, and it's not even close. Also, I'm just gonna die because I wasn't looking at the screen. Toy Story of Terror clears... Toy Story That Time Forgot is just Buzz's arc again, but worse. Toy Story of Terror does so much for Jesse. It's like, it's the perfect way to cap off Jesse's story. And I absolutely... Okay. I'm just gonna let myself die here. Oh, okay, you were talking about it. Okay, someone... It was insinuated you would have been talking about something else, but no, you were talking about the Disney Plus thing, okay. Okay, I need to... I'm not reading anything that happens in chat for this boss. Clearly, I need to not read anything until I beat the boss. Oh, okay, I guess that happened. Really? Alright. Sure. Think you remember Schaeferless saying that he wants to make a positive Toy Story 4 review? Am I okay with that? I don't control what that man does with his videos. Nor do I want to. Oh, of course I missed. And, yeah. Thoughts on Miles Morales, the character or the game? The character, he's very well written in the Spider-Verse movies. The game, I haven't played. I haven't even finished the main line, or the base Spider-Man PS4. But I do want to revisit it sometime. I own it and Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2, so one day I'll get around to finishing. Maybe not on stream or in an LP, but I would eventually like to revisit and finish the PS4 game. I'm pretty sure I paused, but okay. Am I gonna be okay after this? Why wouldn't I be? I... Have I played Hello Neighbor 2? Yeah, it was worse than the first game, somehow. Because it actually... So, it does the thing that the first game was, like, supposed to do from the outset. The idea of the AI learning how you play and adapting to it, which was, like, that's such a cool concept. That's why Hello Neighbor pisses me off, is because... Well, okay, there's a lot of reasons why it pisses me off. But, like, one of the main reason why I'm so thoroughly upset by that game is because the initial alpha concept of facing off against an AI who learns how you play and actually accounts for it in subsequent rounds, that's such a cool idea, and that's just not what the final game was. The final game was tedious supermarket levels and box stacking puzzles that was more concerned with theory baiting people because MatPat picked up on it, and then Tiny Build was like an obsessive fan being like, hey, you want to check out the new update? I bet MatPat's gonna love our new update. It's like 4 tweets of just begging for MatPat to pay attention to him. It's like KSI continually begging Dan TDM to pay attention to him. Even after Dan TDM has posted exactly 1 tweet, and then he just cannot let it go. So, but Hello Neighbor 2 kind of does that, in that it's done horribly, because it creates situations where the AI will just, like, repeatedly stun lock you in situations you can't get out of, and it becomes really, really obnoxious really, really quickly. But at least it was short. At least it was nice and short. I banged through it in an afternoon. And the only reason I played it, in case you're curious, like, why did you play the second game when you hated the first one? Game Pass. When in doubt, the answer is always, always, always Game Pass. If it's available for free on Game Pass, then it's like, well, I may as well give it a shot, right? I don't serve to lose anything except time, but, like... Oh, well. Hello Neighbor is the epitome of mascot horror brain rot. Yeah, but again, it's like, it's really unfortunate because it had so much potential, and they just squandered all of it. If it wasn't... And again, maybe if they did stick to the original premise, it would have amounted to something similar to what Hello Neighbor 2 did, where, because the AI is so consistently able to stun lock you because it knows how you play, it's kind of like almost impossible sometimes. But, like, at least that's better than what we got with Hello Neighbor 1, or at least it could have been better than what we got with Hello Neighbor 1. But nope. At least the animated series was good. Sure. I haven't seen it. I don't know. You just gonna taunt me or you're gonna do something? Is there an enemy? Oh, there's an enemy hiding in the corner. Just his path movement just broke. Because the ground was destroyed. Oh. Made the mistake of trying to look at chat. Oh. Name one bad thing about Dragons at 3D. No autosave. Oh. Thoughts on Ruby Gillman? It's overhated. I don't understand. But people, I saw nothing but people collectively dunking on that movie when it came out last year. I don't get why. Like, it's not great, but I was pleasantly surprised when I watched it that there's a lot more value to be drawn out of it than people are willing to give it credit for. I don't know why everyone, like, collectively just dunked on it. Alright, let's go. Hiding the option to reset to a previous checkpoint in a random menu. Yeah, it's so like in Halo when you pause the menu, it's like the option to revert to a checkpoint is right there, but in Dragons of 3D it's buried in the you have to pause the game and then you have to go to options, which I guess technically makes sense, but it's not exactly like you kind of got to go out of your way to find it. I think it had the misfortune of coming out after the unbeatable height of The Last Witch. Yeah, but the crossover wasn't that close. The Last Witch came out in December of 2022, and Ruby Gillman, I'm pretty sure, was June 2023. I mean, I'll double check to make sure, but I'm pretty sure Ruby Gillman was June 2023. Let me check. Yeah, June... Oh, ha ha! Oh, it came out the same day as Dial of Destiny, did it? Wow, well, there you go. Oh, wait, what are we doing? Hold on. What is... what are we doing? Think I might be on drugs? What? Okay. The best thing about Dial of Destiny is that it was referenced in Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutor's Gambit. That is so funny. That is actually so funny. There's a line that it has to be a reference. Is this fucking Agario? Where you start big and oh wow, okay. You start big and then you can split yourself off into smaller pieces. You guys remember Agario or Agar.io? Remember that? That was all the rage at the end of my 7th grade year. Only for Slither.io to immediately replace it in 8th grade. Because that's what kids do. I feel like I just got drop-kicked into a different game. It's like baby Einstein shit. What? I mean, it's quite the palate cleanser from what we just did, but like, wow. It's like Piku Niku kind of thing. Oh, that's an underrated game, by the way. Piku Niku. Check it out. I've never seen anyone else ever talk about it. But it's a really fun 2D platformer. And I like it. I really liked playing it. I wish it deserves more attention. Oh, not this again. Navigating the narrow walkways with a rolly thing. puzzle piece. You will be mine. I said you will be mine. Thanks. Did they just put a baby in front of a microphone and film it? That's what this song sounds, or at least the lyrics sound like. I think I missed a bot. I think I might have missed one. What Disneyland resort rides did I miss? Or did I ride the ones... I got to ride everything that I wanted to. I was very lucky with wait times. I mean, Rise of the Resistance broke down, because of course it did, but I wasn't in line. I walked up to the thing, they said, hey, we're closed, so I came back later, and I was one of the first ones on. I wonder if there's ever been a day in the history of Disney, both Disneyland and Disney World, where Rise of the Resistance hasn't been down in at least one, if not both of the parks. Yeah. Oh, I guess the only thing I didn't get to do was the Pixar pal around, like the Ferris wheel. It was pretty unique. It wasn't like any other Ferris wheel I'd ever seen before, because they had swinging, like most Ferris wheels, the cars are stationary, but in this one, the cars actually swung as you moved, as they spun around. And I really wanted to try that just to see what it would be like. But the line was so absurdly long for a Ferris wheel, and it loaded so slowly that it just wasn't really worth. I didn't think it was worth it. I felt my time could be better spent elsewhere in California Adventure. What's a game or movie I like that everyone else hates? I think Leave the World Behind. Apparently everyone hates that movie. Whereas I was profoundly impacted by it. Excuse me? I guess I must have accidentally hit the home button. The game didn't want me gambling. It's trying to save me from myself. Hey! I've seen that clip before! We shall never discuss what happened on June 30th, 2023. It was technically June 29th, because that's when I saw the movie. I saw it opening night on June 29th, but that's fine. Oh, do I guess I need both triggers to do this. Alright, you said I need 200 to beat the game, so we're 43 short. So I need to get 43 bots in the next world in order to be able to beat this game. Alright, we'll wind down in a second here. We'll just open this up. I don't want to go over there because then I'll get sidetracked and then I'll... Well, actually, yeah, I'll explore over here. We'll open the next world. Do I plan on playing Persona 3 Reload before it leaves Game Pass? Ideally, I'd like to. Was I meant to fall there? I was not. Oh, it is a... There's a thing here. Gotcha. I'd like to, if only because Zena Robinson is a voice in it. That is legitimately the primary reason why I want to play that game. But time is a precious commodity, something I don't have tremendous amounts of, so we'll see what happens. A bot is in need of my help. Bot rescued. Is that another one? Nope, that's just a guy chilling. He does not need my help. That guy needs my help, though. This guy does indeed require my assistance. What is this? Probably still looks like something we need bots for. Hunter's in a Persona game? He sure is. And he was also apparently in Halo Infinite. And I didn't know it this whole time. I mean, not as like any major characters. He was like one of the additional voices. I think he might have been some of the brutes. And they just distorted his voice. Either that or he was one of the Marines. But I feel like with the amount of times I've played Infinite, if he was one of the Marines, I would have heard him by now. I think I remember reading that he was one of the brute voices. Although I will say, at a convention in August, FG and I actually met one of the voice actors of one of the people who voiced the Grunts in Halo 2 and the Brutes in Halo 3. Oh, sorry, no, vice versa. Brutes in Halo 2 and Grunts in Halo 3. And I went up to him to get a voice recording as the Brutes and Grunts. But then the second as I got to the table, I realized, wait, this might not go as I'm expecting it to. Because I'm pretty sure they apply, like, a shit ton of filters in post in order to make the people sound, in order to make the actors sound like the Grunts and the Brutes.
Because Grunts are really whiny and they sound like this, like they're doped up on methane.
Whereas Brutes sound much more like this. My Spartan killers are coming for you. It is your time to rise.
And they have that gravelly quality to it, but it's not just a gravelly quality, it's a very distinct gravelly quality that feels like it could only be replicated by post-production filters. So I told that to the guy. I was like, I realized after I got here that this might not, like, you may not even be able to, I don't know how, I don't know how much of it, I said it in a way that wasn't like impugning his abilities. I said, like, I don't know how much of it is voice filters, so if you I don't remember exactly, it was something along those lines, like, just, and he got what I was saying. He agreed. He said, like, yeah, they do apply filters in post-production to make it sound more gruntish and brutish, but I will do my best. So he basically teed it up like, I'll do what I can because you asked nicely and also you're paying, but, like, don't expect anything amazing. This man then proceeded to belt out the most perfect grunt and brute impressions I've ever heard in my life. Lied through his teeth. Like, of course they do apply filters, but, like, that completely opened my eyes. I thought this whole time that most of what went into creating the sounds of the grunts and the brutes was just voice filters. It's not. These guys actually sound like they do a remarkable job of contorting their voices to sound exactly like the grunts and the brutes. It was, like, I was legit caught off guard when he started talking like grunts and brutes. Name one good thing about Dial of Destiny, that it ends. Was, only Disneyland Resort ride that's closed Space Mountain for you? Yeah, I didn't get to ride, I didn't get to ride Hyperspace Mountain because, it was closed for refurbishment, so I guess that is one thing I didn't get to do, but I'm not that heartbroken about it because, I mean, we do have Space Mountain in Disney World, so I wasn't too heartbroken about that loss. Did I ride Haunted Mansion Holiday? Yes! Which is basically just Haunted Mansion, except it has a Nightmare Before Christmas overlay applied to it. Which is cool. Oh. Which one? I'm thinking we do this one. Do this one first. You almost skipped Once Upon a Swap and you got around to watching the Owl House because of what you heard about it, but your completionist rate made you want to watch it. Well, I understand that sensation. Like, I really do. I understand what it feels like to just, like, nah, I can't. Even if someone is telling me to skip this episode, I can't do it. I gotta do them all. I gotta watch them all. But you really can skip it and miss literally nothing. There was nothing of substance in that episode that you, like, if you skip it. In fact, I have made people skip it whenever I've shown it to someone, and they aren't lost on what's happening. They aren't missing any key character beats. They don't feel like they've skipped an episode. Like, there's other episodes. If you skip that episode, you're gonna feel lost in future ones. That's not the case for Once Upon a Swap. Oh, is the final boss gonna be Birdman? That's looking like Birdman. That's looking like a Birdman. I have a sneaking suspicion the final boss... Well, okay, not the final boss is going to be the alien guy, but, like, the final in-world boss is gonna be Birdman. Okay, and, I think with that, the only thing we have left to do is gambling! Imagine skipping an entire season. Yeah, imagine skipping straight to Season 2, Episode 16. Alright, here we go. The moment you've all been waiting for. It's gambling time! I got an appetite for gambling. That's cute. I actually have a Christmas ornament that looks remarkably similar to this. Oh! Fungus head outfit. More Last of Us, naturally. Timeless weaponry. Three Tops Tortoise. More monkey. Now you can really hear my throat is going. Ah ha 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 ha. It's our boy. It's the Joker. He does jokey things. I wonder if... I assume there was another Persona character in that casino level, because I think there were two mascots that I could have found, and I only found one. I have a feeling it would probably be Morgana if I were to guess. But... don't know that for sure. It was Sly? I would have bet that they would have had two Persona characters in that level. Is that a reference to the song Loser Baby? Yes. That was indeed a reference to Loser Baby from Hazbin Hotel. A reminder of Drake's misfortune. Isn't that one of the names of the game? Like Drake's Fortune or something? I feel like that was one of the names of the games. Has-Been songs are such a bop, they put Wish's songs to... Oh, don't even compare... Wish doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Has-Been Hotel. They are two completely different echelons of quality. It's actually embarrassing how much better Has-Been Hotel songs are than Wish's. And again, Wish's songs, like, on a purely superficial level, they have catchy beats. It's just, if you actually analyze the music really any more deeply than just listening to it on your first go, they don't stand up to scrutiny. And even listening to it on your first go, you have things like "This is the thanks I get," with masterful lines such as "I'll let you live here for free and I won't even charge you rent," or sorry, it's "I don't even charge you rent." Yeah, I let you live here for free and I don't even charge you rent. I drink water every day and I'm not even thirsty. You know, it's fine. I'm sure they did the best with what they had. Although I will say, outside of internet culture, I don't think Wish is quite as widely hated. Because when I was at Disneyland, I saw a lot of little girls dressed as Asha from Wish. So, you know, it's not like a totally worthless movie. And I do have I do wonder, like, are we gonna get, I feel like in like maybe 10 years we're gonna get a surge of video essays and people who are like, Wish is overhated. Wish is actually secretly a masterpiece. I feel like that's happening. That's definitely gonna happen in the future. We're definitely getting the surge of Wish defend once the kids grow up and they have the ability to form their own opinions on things, or rather articulate their own opinions on things. I feel like we're definitely getting the Wish defense train. Am I gonna watch Has-Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss first? Has-Been Hotel, because I already watched it over the summer. In 10 years, there'll be a grand total of 0 Strange World video essays. Yeah, okay. Strange World might be one that slips under the radar. I don't know if anyone's gonna be coming to the defense of Strange World, but Wish I can see people being more willing to defend. Which is, well, like, it might be the worst movie, but at least, like, it has some songs that can appeal to younger people. It has, you know, clearly Asha apparently struck a chord with people if people are dressing up as her around the parks. And I think with that, we are going to leave things here for today. We only need 36 more bots in order to beat the game. Question: does the legally distinct Grandmaster challenge, is that only available if you 100% the game? Like, how would one? Because I want to do that. I want to do the ultimate Grandmaster challenge thing. What are the requirements to be able to unlock that? Do you need to get everything first, like Galaxy 2, or does it just unlock after you beat the boss? All puzzle pieces in 3... Oh, Jesus. Oh, next week we're gonna have our work cut out for us with next week's stream then. Because I want to get to the Grandmaster Challenge, so I guess, I guess we got our work cut out for us. Okay. Well, that's a problem for us to deal with next time. For now... Oh! I didn't actually know you could see a map of the crouch site if you paused here. That's neat. That's pretty neat. Okay. Well, we'll leave the game there for now. Yeah, game's still awesome. Game still is absolutely phenomenal, and if you have a PS5, you are doing yourself a disservice if you don't play this. What's my opinion on Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway and Roger Rabbit Cartoon Spin? Roger Rabbit Cartoon Spin was such a disappointment. It didn't seem like a ride that was built for my age demographic, but it consistently had, like, really long lines, so I figured it must be something incredible. It wasn't. It was such a milquetoast kitty indoor ride. It did have a pretty cool effect towards the end with the tunnel sliding into place, but other than that, it was very unremarkable. It was fine. Mickey Minnie's Runaway Railway was more impressive. The way it blended 2D and 3D art styles, the way it transforms the scenery around you in such a seamless manner, the dancing sequence with Daisy Duck. Honestly, that alone makes it worth the price of admission. However, I am not happy about it replacing the Great Movie Ride in Hollywood Studios. I'm fine with it existing, and I'm happy that in Disneyland it's its own thing. It should not have replaced the Great Movie Ride in Hollywood Studios. That they should never have touched. Well, no, they should have touched it. They should have updated it. They should have updated the Great Movie Ride to include more contemporary classics. Because obviously, while everything that was included in the Great Movie Ride, like Casablanca, Wizard of Oz, Mary Poppins, all those movies, Indiana Jones, of course, Alien, they're all timeless classics. I do think it would be to the benefit of that ride if they were to have updated it with some more modern classics, because there are modern classics. There are movies that have been released within the last 10 or 20 years that are going to be remembered as timeless classics in the same way that movies like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Alien are. But they didn't want to do that. Instead of updating it, they just closed down the ride forever, which really, really sucks. But that's my Disney rant for the day, I guess. Well, one of my many... That's my Disney Parks rant for the day, I guess. Was Toy Story the Time Forgot bad? I don't know if I'd call it bad, just not very good. Because it's mainly just interested in redoing Buzz's character arc, but faster and worse. Did I know the Poppy's Playtime is getting a movie? Yes, I did know that. If I have a PS5, there was finally a game for me to play. Yes. They finally... Well, they already had one game. They had Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Although they lost that game when it came to PC. Although, I say that, but then again, I don't know how well that game would work on PC, because a lot of that game does... It depends on you having SSD for PS5, so I don't know how seamless that would be if you don't play it on PS5. Next stream will have World 5 finale and post-game. Yep, that's the goal. The goal is to 100% the game next week. Also, my stream today lasted way long. How long have I been going for? Anyway, like 6 hours at this point? Or 5 hours, I think? Yeah, more closer to 5 hours. So, the goal is to finish the game next week. That's the idea, is that we'll finish the game next week. Don't know if we'll be able to, but we're going to try. We're going to give it a good old honest try. Let's see, last few Discord messages before we... The Virgin Asha versus the Chad Charlie Morningstar. Again, we don't even wish in Has-Been Hotel. It's like, what do you want to have for dinner? Do you want to have sweet tarts, or do you want to have ribeye steak? And even that is too generous, because sweet tarts taste good. But as far as, like, the actual texture and quality of what we're talking about, not even remotely. Oh, you're glad I enjoyed Before Your Eyes? Yeah, I actually was originally planning on covering this in the form of an LP. I very quickly realized that would have been a terrible idea. This is not a game that I would want to share in the form of any kind of YouTube content. This is a very personal experience that you should play this game in isolation. Not online, not for anyone else other than yourself. You should be focused in 100% on just the experience. Like, I tried to give commentary in the beginning, but I quickly just, like, my instincts took over and I just shut up and I just started enjoying it for myself and not worried about anything else. And it was magical. If you, unfortunately... I don't know how many people will be able to experience it the way it's intended, because not everyone has the ability to afford a VR headset. But if you can, Like, I know you don't have to have one. I'm pretty sure you can use a webcam on PC and you can it'll still work. But VR is definitely, like, the optimal way to do it. Oh, yeah, and then there's... Hey, do you like this, like, fucking circus music, by the way? This clown music for Until Dawn. For Until Dawn of all games. Instead of this. Do you also like how the logo for Until Dawn is so... I guess you can't see it here anymore because the activity details is blocking it up. But when this wasn't here, the logo for Until Dawn, the remake, was like crystal clear, just white text with no anything on it, whereas it's a much more damaged and stylized here. You know, I'm just gonna, it's fine. The remake is really good and you should definitely spend $60 on it. It's really, really good. Opinion on Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage. It was, the same ride as Seas of Nemo and Friends, except with much better presentation, because you were actually in a submarine. You actually went down below the water. So, cool. The irony is that Trevor doesn't like ribeye steak. Correction, Trevor can't eat ribeye steak, because it's beef. However, if I could eat it, you're right, I probably wouldn't like it. Did they at least keep Death in the remake? No. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Which is really fucking stupid, because Death is thematically the perfect song for that game. And in fact, it's ordinarily a much longer song with way more lyrics, but they specifically cut out the exact 2 verses that tied in perfectly to the story and then replaced it with some stupid vapid pop. It's fine, you know? It's okay. It's cool. They're allowed to make changes to the formula. They don't need to keep the theme song that was specifically curated for the exact specific story they were trying to. It's fine. It's okay. They don't need a theme. Who needs a theme song? Theme songs are overrated anyways. It's not even 60, it's 70. It was 60 for me. In the US, at least, it cost $60. Do I think the Minecraft movie will be the worst video game movie adaptation? Maybe. It's certainly looking like it has a solid chance from what we've seen so far. We'll find out when we do a Minecraft movie commentary. No. No. Disneyland was not crowded when I went, despite going around Labor Day weekend. Yeah, the crowds were manageable. Crowds were perfectly manageable. Alright, any last second questions anyone wants to ask? If not, then we're gonna wind things down here, and then I'm gonna go rest my throat, because it is, like, on the verge of giving up on me entirely. Okay, final 3. Am I going to review the FNAF movie? Maybe one day. I have a lot to say about it. I might make a critique video, but it's not a priority right now. Favorite DDLC character? Sayori. Monsters Inc. Mike and Sully to the rescue opinion. It was definitely the best of the indoor dark rides that I experienced. I liked the Roz animatronic at the end. That was pretty cool. The door sequence, like the part of the end where you go through the door factory, that was really, really awesome. And then will I ping you on Discord when I watch Hell of a Boss? I will make it known to the Discord server when I start watching Hell of a Boss. Favorite Bendy character? Boris. I like Boris. Okay, I'm gonna call it there, because if I don't, then we're just gonna keep going on forever. Thank you all for tuning in and watching the stream today. Hopefully you enjoyed seeing me play more Astro Bot. Play this game yourself if you have the means to. It's one of the best platformers I've ever played in my life. The only thing I don't like is that when you come back from a world and you have to hammer in the new components to the PS5. I don't know. I would probably prefer if we cut that. I just don't find it necessary. I find it very superfluous. Will there be an LP starting tomorrow? There will be 2. There will, in fact, be 2 LPs starting tomorrow. And I will get very, very frustrated very, very quickly. But that's for tomorrow. For today, we're going to leave things right there. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for next time. And hope to catch you all soon for whatever it is you decide to watch next. Have a good day, everybody.